Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for the Ask Rebecca radio show with Rebecca Russo. Live from AskRebecca.guru. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Ask Rebecca radio show on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the Ask Rebecca radio show. Thanks for joining me. I hope everyone is doing well. Before I get into all the intuitive messages, I just wanted to give a quick shout out to all the clients who have been supporting my small business during this time by booking sessions with me. I am so grateful, extremely grateful that you're choosing to invest your money in yourself and me because it has helped me support my family. And I just can't express my gratitude enough because both of us work for ourselves, and without the support of some of our clients, we would just have no income right now. So I love you guys. I appreciate all of you. And thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. I really appreciate all of the support. So thank you. All right, let's get into the stuff, okay? So I know for many during this time, thanks to Venus and the pandemic, love, money, and self-esteem have been the ruling themes. All types of relationships, including the one with yourself, are being challenged, they're being purged, they're being healed. And this is a time where a lot of family history of trauma is being brought up so that it could be healed. So you might be finding that all of a sudden you're fighting with family members, or there's just stuff coming up. So just know that it's coming up because there's healing involved. And there's plenty of positive aspects happening as well for many in this area. The new moon in Taurus yesterday for some of us, today for others, depending on where you live. It has some really positive aspects to it, but it also has some intense and shockingly challenging aspects to it as well. So do your best to stay grounded and positive. Yes, times are challenging, and this time will pass, and the world was set up with challenges in order to be a catalyst for change and to allow you the free will to choose love or fear, and service to self or service to others. What are you choosing right now? What are you choosing? Are you choosing love, or are you choosing fear? Are you choosing service to self, being selfish, or are you being service to others, right? So it's really taking a look at what are you choosing, because your choice right now is extremely important. Do you choose to empower fear and continue to perpetuate? Oh my God, I'm getting so passionate about it, I can't even talk. So do you choose to empower fear and continue to perpetuate anxiety, anger, cruelty, insecurity, lack, resistance, division, war, pain, suffering, worry, and misery? Or do you choose to empower love to create more peace, forgiveness, support, abundance, acceptance, joy, positivity, unity, community, empowerment, change, and solutions? Seek the truth in everything. Advocate for yourself. Become empowered and empower others. And you do that by choosing love every time without fail. You are a spiritual being having a human experience during an ascension cycle called the harvest, according to the Bible. So if you are versed in the Bible, it's time of harvest. You are in the midst of a cycle that happens once every 25,000 years to separate love, good, from fear, evil. And your choices and behaviors matter all the time, because those determine whether you hang out for another 25,000 years reincarnating the challenges, or whether you move on to more realms closer to the infinite creator depending on your level of love, right? So it's kind of like we're ascending. Ascension means you're going up, you're going back to God, you're going back to where you came from, your creation, your source. So there's multiple layers of realities that we have to get through, and each layer is a higher vibration of love, and the better it gets, right? So do you really want to keep reincarnating to this planet to deal with duality, the good, the bad, the ugly, the beautiful, right? Like, you want to move up the levels. That is what our purpose is. That is what we're doing. So your soul chose to be here now for this experiment, and this experience. It's a very, very biblical time. Think Noah's Ark and the Great Flood. History repeats itself because life is cyclical. This time period we are in is only the beginning of things soon to be revealed over the next several years. Smoke and mirrors, masters of illusion, and puppeteers have been using you to create their wealth and power because they know how mass consciousness is the fuel or energy that creates a reality. They know how powerful we are. And here, out there in the world are people like myself that are trying to share this forbidden secret of how we create our reality, how we manifest things, how, what the bigger picture is, what the purpose is. And the people that are extremely wealthy and powerful, they know how to do this, and they're keeping it from you. So it's really about, becoming aware of this. This is all about humanity awakening to the real truth of our existence, not the one that you've been taught to believe in from the time that you came out of the womb, right? You must know the truth in order to choose correctly. And to know the truth, you must choose to seek it and find it for yourself. It's always hidden in plain sight because it has to be in order for it to work. That is the way the universe operates. Good nor evil is allowed to infringe upon your free will, but it is allowed to dispense positive and negative karma based on your free will choices of behavior, right? So the more good, the more love energy that you're putting out there, the more positive karma that you're being rewarded with. The more negativity that you're putting out there, the less compassionate, less understanding, fear-mongering, and all those negative energies, well, then you're opening yourself up to receive negative karma and continue the cycle of challenges. So you are in charge of you, and you are in charge of every single choice you make in this world. All of them. You choose what to say, what to do, what to think, what to watch, what to read, what to eat, what to feel, and what to believe. And I could go on and on and on, listing all the things that you choose every day of your life, but you get the idea. Now, all truths and all lies coexist for you to find, right? But you have to find it. Are you blindly making choices leading you down the path of evil because it's easier than taking time to seek the truth of yourself and the world around you? Open your eyes and your mind. Unplug from the Matrix. Go watch the Matrix. Go watch those movies. Pay, again, all the information is hidden in plain sight. Look to all the movies that you're seeing that you think are being created because of creative ideas. A lot of that stuff is based in reality. Anyway, do the work, find it. So also the important thing is pay attention to your own thoughts, words, feelings, actions, and those of the people you surround yourself with, and the media, celebrities, government officials, large corporations, and other entities in the public eye that you choose to give your attention, time, and energy to. What type of agendas and narratives are they pushing? Are their words and actions in alignment? Do their actions reflect service to self or service to others? Do your research to seek the truth. I cannot stress that enough to you. This is the time that you want to start looking for this information. It's out there. Anyway, I could go on because I'm super passionate about it, but I won't do that because this is not the platform for that. I am working on creating a TV series where I will get into this sort of information much deeper, and I'll be interviewing whistleblowers and spiritual leaders and experts that have been doing the research and I also want to interview everyday people who are having extraordinary spiritual awakenings, because this is the time of a great awakening. We all are awakening. Okay, so we're beginning to see what I feel, what I was feeling with this timeline about the stay-at-home orders lifting. Some are starting tomorrow, right? We're already seeing places like Georgia are already opening up gyms and other places of business. And you're going to start seeing this trickle effect all around the world from now through to June. And I'm feeling pretty positive that Florida will not be extending the stay-at-home orders past April 30th. If they do, I believe it will be isolated to those cities or counties that have a high rate of COVID. And obviously, the places that are beginning to open up businesses, if you are an individual that is at high risk for, becoming ill, you have your immune system is compromised, you're dealing with other health issues, you're elderly, obviously you need to continue to take precautions and do what is going to make you feel safe. But my personal opinion and my perspective on this situation and what I feel intuitively, and I tend to trust my intuition 100%, I do feel like it is time for life to go on. And it obviously will change in different ways, but we cannot let the economy and everybody's lives stay stagnant much longer, because it will have a bigger impact than it already is having on people's livelihoods. It really will. Anyway, so let's do a moment of Zen to clear some denser energies and also connect with the positive energies, priming the ethers for our upliftment. Close your eyes, open your palms, and allow yourself to be open to receive. I'm going to be connecting with your higher self and calling on your team of guides to help energetically clear any blocks, emotional residue, and or negative attachments in your physical body and light bodies. This will help raise your vibration, expand your consciousness, and increase your awareness in order to help prepare your soul for ascension. Breathe in through your nose and out through your mouth, relaxing as much as possible with every exhalation. And then I'll let you know when to open your eyes. All right, let's open our eyes. Okay, so I won't be taking a caller tonight because I will not be able to do the show next Thursday. And my show is officially moving from Thursday evenings to Tuesdays beginning May 5th from 4:30 to 5 p.m. And this works out so much better for my schedule. And I'm really excited about the move. I'm happy to be doing the show during the day and taking some live callers during that time period. And obviously, those of you that follow me on YouTube and receive these messages in your email, that's not going to stop. Instead of running Thursday to Thursday, I'll be doing the show Tuesday to Tuesday. All right, let's get into what you can expect from tonight, April 23rd through to May 5th as an overall theme, and then areas of love, work, finances, health, and spirituality. General themes. The energies, as usual, point to a mixed bag of goodies. We'll be juggling during this time and all year long, right? So it's going to be highs, it's going to be lows, it's going to be happy, it's going to be challenging. It's just going to, again, it's a mixed bag of goodies, but they're goodies, even though some of them are challenges. Let's discuss some of the more challenging aspects first, and we'll save the good ones for last. collectively and individually, there could be shocking events or news coming to the surface. I do keep seeing another volcano erupting. So the way that I'm interpreting this is a strong possibility that there might be a volcano that erupts somewhere around the world. And I also feel like this is tied to our inner self, right? Our inner realm. And it could be where tempers, because of the energies that are around, so it could also be tempers exploding or something bursting open in some way. Basically, it's a release followed by a breakthrough. You or others could be examining who you are and thoroughly reviewing your self-expression. You may try to force something before it's ready, which won't go well if you do. You may have unexpected expenses. You could also overdo things physically, mentally, emotionally. You might be pushing yourself way too hard during this time because of the energies have this weird kind of like positive momentum forward, but at the same time, it could be so positive that you try to force things. So you may, like I said, try to force some things before it's ready, which won't go well. You could overanalyze, you could overthink, you could become obsessive in your thoughts and obsessive with other things in your life. Which when that happens, then I feel like what the aftermath and effect of that will be is a feeling of being stuck. And we're already feeling stuck because we're under stay-at-home orders. So there already is this feeling of no forward momentum. But then if you get stuck in overthinking and you're stuck in your head and you're stuck over analyzing things and you become obsessive about it, you're just going to feel even more stuck. So, just try to be aware of that. There could be an uptick in accidents, and I feel like it's accidents by car, bicycle, skating, running, walking, or anything to do with physical motion. Again, be cautious, be aware, pay attention to what you're doing so that you don't become injured, or being aware of your surroundings and people around you. So, if you're in the car, pay attention to how other people around you are driving. This energy also points to you could overcommit, you could miss important details or not see potential obstacles that could have a big negative impact to the overall outcome of a situation. Words and actions will need to be closely monitored during this time because they can quickly become harsh. And again, I feel like this is due to maybe the likelihood of misunderstandings and disagreements. You could feel insecure, disappointed, and defeated in love, money, and self. You could easily be seduced by someone with bad intentions. And you could easily be seduced by drugs, alcohol, food, or any other addictions that you might have. Deeper issues within can and more than likely will come to the surface during this time to be healed. Identity theft and internet hacks could also be an issue. Matter of fact, I think before I jumped on here, I think I saw a huge data dump by WikiLeaks. So those of you that are into that sort of stuff, they just dumped a whole shit ton of hacked emails and hacked information from all sorts of places. Okay, let me focus. Let me smoke. Okay, internet hacks. You could deceive yourself and others, while others could be deceiving themselves and you. Careful with confrontations of others unless they are absolutely based on certainty. So don't go confronting people if you don't know the truth, right? You don't want to have a confrontational, aggressive energy because it's not going to work out well. You could also be stuck in wishful thinking, so it will be important for you to ground yourself and pay attention to what is in the now and the many blessings that you do have in your life. Gratitude and counting your blessing creates and attracts more blessings. Feeling sorry for yourself and wishing your life away or wishing it was different than what it is will create more of the same. Okay, the positive aspects during this time is you feeling more optimistic, excited, free, and open to positive change. You could experience higher levels of concentration and the energy to pursue your heart's desires. There'll be a surge in creativity and conversations and pleasant surprises, plus unexpected money. So hopefully some more small businesses. They just passed another 480, I think, $1 billion for the CARES Act, for small business loans and everything, and unemployment. So hopefully some of that money will be going to some of you. And so there could be unexpected money coming in. Many of you will connect more with your inner confidence, trusting your self-mastery. This is not ego-driven fake confidence and posturing, which typically when you're in your ego with confidence, it's just a fake layer of confidence that's placed over your insecurities. So you think you're being confident, but really you're being insecure, and the energy behind what you're putting out is not coming from a place of confidence at all. Been there, done that, y'all. Been there. So learn and know the difference. You're healing, and depending on how much work that you're doing on yourself and how well you do with looking at those darker shadow parts of yourself and owning your issues and really doing the work, then this time period won't be as painful. It won't be as challenging. Life straight up is a matter of perception. It's a matter of what you're putting your focus and attention and feelings into. I choose to see difficult challenges as a positive thing, as an opportunity to become stronger and more empowered. And with every challenging, heartbreaking experience that I've had, and those of you that have listened to my show and that know me on a personal level and that are my clients, you know I've had some heartbreaking moments over the last several years and a lot of challenges in my life. And it has always strengthened and brought me equally amazing gifts into my life. Every challenge and tragedy just brings something amazing into my life. And that's what I choose to focus on and just work through those things. I'm not telling you not to feel what you need to feel. I felt guided to pull a card from my Peru deck that's all about energies and the spiritual stuff. And the card that I pulled is called Cellular Memory Bank. And here's what it said. Within our cellular memory banks are encoded all the records of past, present, and future, including the Akashic records of all duality-based worlds and the coding of the ultra-greater reality. Your cellular memory banks have just been activated. You are now able to retrieve some hidden knowledge or ancient wisdom, have a major breakthrough in understanding, or receive a revelation that was encoded deep within the matrix of your being and not previously accessible. I think that's awesome, and this card is so perfect for the energies at play. Okay, work. For those of you still employed, those of you still working, you may be seriously contemplating seeking new employment after everything settles down and things maybe get back to some normalcy. Some of you, I feel, are literally being mistreated. There's just some negative energy surrounding there. And I feel like some of you really are going to be just kind of taking a look at doing something different with your life, your career. Others, I feel, will be feeling content, grateful, and happy that they are still working, and that you're able to put food on the table. And I think, for the most part, things are going well for you. Those of you that are looking for a job or that are currently unemployed or on furlough, I do feel some of you will be doing some out of the box thinking to start your own business, do your own thing, work for yourself, or find work. Others will be enjoying some much needed downtime while they collect unemployment and wait to go back to their jobs. And there are places that are hiring. So, look, and you will find. Love, those of you that are in committed relationships and dating seriously, if you're in a healthy relationship, things won't be as intense for you. However, I do feel some difficulties arising for some. You could be dishing all your grievances. Truths could come out about infidelity, lies, and or manipulations. Some of you could be hiding from the truth. And a few of you will be taking a hard look at yourself and whether you're being realistic when it comes to love. You could have your heart set on someone that's not good for you, and you could be in a relationship with them. You could be in a relationship with someone who isn't giving you very much back or isn't reciprocating. So, and then some of you, I feel like the person is literally unavailable. So if you are having an affair with someone that is in a relationship already, well, they're unavailable to you. Those of you looking for love, I feel like the same thing goes for you. The same kind of energy is there. Finances, some of you will be focusing on your strengths, like what you do have and what you can do, all while setting specific goals. Others will be focusing on worrying about cash flow and difficulties financially. I would recommend that you shift your focus on finding solutions and finding the blessings that you do have in your life so that you aren't making yourself crazy with worry. You just have to be realistic about what is happening right now. Health. Some of you will be feeling stressed and dealing with stress-related mental, emotional, and physical symptoms. Some may be dealing with head colds or sore throats. Some may seek counseling or spiritual counseling, and some will be working on eating better, exercise, and rest. Spirituality, wishful thinking could take a toll on the spiritual aspect of life, especially if you get caught up in poor me or I wish things were different type thinking. It will blind you to the beauties of what is trying to unfold in your life right now. Starting a gratitude journal would be very beneficial to those of you struggling to find the positive. Spiritual, physical, and emotional abuse could be high at this time from anyone in your life, and it is now time to either address the situation or to end the relationship. Seek help if you need it. You have to advocate for yourself. That's all the time we have for tonight. Thanks for tuning in. As always, I hope everyone has a great week and a half, and I'll see you May 5th, Tuesday, May 5th. Bye.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to the Amanda Hall Psychic Show here on A1R Psychic Radio on Moonstruck TV. I hope you've had a fantastic week wherever you are in this amazing planet of ours. I know the #1 topic on everybody's lips is coronavirus, is when are we going to get some relief from it? When are things going to change? Am I safe? Are my family safe? And it's an interesting sort of question that I know that everybody is concerned about in some form or another. So let's move the show along and let's look at the Secrets of Tarot card of the week. Now, this week we have the High Priestess. Now, for anybody that's familiar with tarot, you will know that this is the actual highest tarot card out of the 78. Now, the High Priestess is the highest card. So with the highest card obviously comes, she's very, very full. Good or bad. Now, you know, not everything is good in our lives and not everything is bad. So she can take on the energy of either. Secrets yet to be revealed. Now, when I drew this card this morning, I thought, isn't this a very poignant card for this week, for collectively as a globe? Because as I caught up with a little bit of news just prior to sort of coming on air, there seems to be a number of vaccine trials starting this week around the globe in a number of locations for the coronavirus. Now, this I think is very exciting. Let's not get ahead of ourselves just because they're starting to trial these vaccines or potential vaccines on humans doesn't mean that next week this is all going to be over. Even once they get the results in and they're happy with what they're seeing, it's still going to be at least probably another 6 to 12 months before it starts to be rolled out worldwide. So we still have to be very vigilant in our own localities and follow the instructions of our local leaders of what's safe for our area. So having the highest card coming out in the tarot to me was sort of showing us collectively as a globe, we have the power, we have the ability to find out the secrets or anything that's been hidden from us, or maybe the wisdom is the way that I looked at this, is the wisdom to be able to get the breakthroughs that the scientists need. Let's forget politics for a moment. Let's just look collectively as one fellow human being to another, and let's keep each and every one of us safe as much as we possibly can. So that's the Secret of Tarot card for the week, and that is from my Secrets of Tarot cards that have been out in the marketplace now about 2.5 years, but we did have an earlier project back in 2004 called Simply Tarot, which is available worldwide. Now, I'd like to sort of go on to now the candle of the week, and I've chosen the same candle again, and I know you're probably going to get sick of looking at this, but I just don't feel that we can choose anything else other than maybe a healing candle at the moment. And this is the candle that represents my angel in the sky. Now, collectively around the world, there has been far too much loss of life. There is so many families that are grieving the loss of someone that was very near and dear to them. And I think it's only respectful that I keep featuring this candle as a collective thing to say you're not forgotten. If you've lost somebody through this virus or you've lost them through natural causes or an accident, we are all here for you. You'll notice in the back of the set I have one burning as a mark of respect for all the lives that have been lost during this pandemic. I think it's important that we all stick together and sort of honour the people that we've lost. So this week in my box of gift box set that I've made up this week, I've also featured obviously my angel in the sky in the middle. I've also featured the healing candle, and I've featured the candle of love, because I do think that we all need a little bit of extra love in our lives at the moment. Everybody's feeling a little bit isolated. You know, if you're fortunate enough to share a house or a property with someone else, you've got that human contact. You've got that somebody that you can have a conversation with in these times of quarantine. But there's a lot of people out there that live alone, that have no one, and they really just sort of need to feel this loving embrace, some sort of loving energy coming towards them. And obviously also I've featured the healing candle because we do want the world to heal. But most importantly, we want to recognise those people that we've lost through the virus and other, reasons why people lose their lives. Let's honour those people and be respectful and take a minute out of our busy day to just reflect on that and send some positive energy to those families that need some healing at this point in time. So for our little glimpse around the universe, and each week we've been focusing on the coronavirus as I've sort of taking the astrology section of the show, and this week's going to be no different. I know I mentioned on last week's show that I thought hopefully that from an astrological standpoint that we might have some breakthroughs as far as potentially some drugs that might be useful for the coronavirus, or we might start to see the trialling of a vaccine. Well, without becoming political, there was a few statements that were made last week that I won't repeat that, really gave people the wrong information of how this virus could be combated. And I don't think that bears thinking about or giving any energy to. But I do feel in the last 7 days we have had some major conversations about different laboratories around the world, and I've heard of 3 or 4 now that are starting to do human trials on vaccines that could potentially be a vaccine for this virus. So in that way, I think that's a very positive step forward as a globe that, many laboratories around the world are working on different potential vaccines. And there was one in particular that caught my attention where it looks like that they might be able to sort of bring this one out that, could have a flow-on effect and revolutionise the way vaccines and medicines are produced in the future. So fingers crossed that they sort of continue on and get some good results with these trials. So on an astrological standpoint, I want to start not necessarily at the beginning of astrology, but I want to start with this part of astrology. I want to look at where the sun is. The sun is actually in Taurus at the moment. So the Taurian energy can be about things that are important to us. Yes, it can be about money and finances and what's mine's mine and what's yours is mine and I'm going to keep it all for myself. But on a larger scale, it can also be about the things that are important to us, like family, our value systems, how we structure finances more on a personal level. But joining the sun in the sign of Taurus this week is the planet of communication, Mercury. So Mercury is holding hands with the planet Uranus, which is the planet of the unusual and the unexpected and the breakthrough parts of our lives where we can have things that happen very, very suddenly. Then also holding hands with the sun, which is where our ego, our drive comes from and where the sun moves its way around the zodiac. So to me, it was very important because we've got some breakthrough communications, things that are going to come out of left of field, maybe abstract or strange comments, or, we've got to filter the good from the bad in all of this. But it's also showing us that maybe collectively as a globe, we have a way forward here where we can, if we join hands together and put our collective thinking caps on, maybe, just maybe, by sharing data and information and things like that, we're going to see some major breakthroughs in the next 7 to 14 days as far as how we approach this virus moving forward. Now, this could be collectively sharing data on how to start opening up communities, to how slowly starting to get the world back to some new sort of normal. It can also be on the vaccine front, and it can also be on the treatment front. So I think it's going to be a collective mixed basket of a lot of different messages out there, and I think we all need to be vigilant and sift through what we think is appropriate and non-appropriate and what feels right to us, not necessarily just taking what everybody says as being gospel. We've got to look at what feels right to us, what in the pit of your tummy, if it tells you that it feels right, then maybe it is right for you. We then move on to Capricorn, and we've had a plethora of planets sitting in Capricorn now, and each week I talk about them, and it is still very, very relevant with what's going on around the world. And, we're seeing government institutions and governments and nations and countries around the world doing things that are unprecedented, things that they're talking about that they haven't done for over 100 years or haven't, this is worse than the Great Depression. We've got more unemployment than we had then at a faster rate and all these different things. And I think a lot of times I think they're forgetting to go back and look at history in the fact that every 100 years we have a pandemic of some description. And it usually is a flu-like virus that comes, it wipes a portion of the population. We all say, well, we're never going to let this happen again. And again, it happens again in 100 years' time. So there must be some lessons here as we as human beings must have to learn out of this. Or is it just the planet readjusting itself every 100 years for sort of saying, well, you're not looking after the place, you're not doing a good enough job, so I'll make you all stand still, stay home and change your ways by sort of sending this virus, this sickness through the place, so everybody's got to sort of start to reboot in a different way. I'm not sure. I'm just looking at the potential possibilities that are there and why is this happening every 100 years? Because there's nothing on an astrological pattern or a transit that correlates with 100 years as being, okay, this is something that we can expect every 100 years. So Pluto, the planet of transformation, has been sitting in Capricorn now since about 2007. It will be there till 2022. So Pluto is nearing the end of his reign in Capricorn. So with Pluto, Pluto's the planet of transformation. So every lesson that we learn through Pluto is slow, deliberate, definite, and is a lesson that we will never forget. Now, because it's in the house of big business, of governments, of anything that's official in our lives, whether it's hospitals, doctors, dentists, banks, lawyers, financial institutions, but it also governs the planet of how we're dealing with the planet. What are we doing? Have we been really paying attention to global warming and the animals and does the planet need to heal? And that's one of the positive things that's coming out of this COVID-19 is the planet is actually getting a chance to breathe. Pollution's down. We're not using as many fossil fuels. People are staying home. People are starting to reboot their lives in a different way and look at the things that are important to them. Yes, finances and money does make the world go round, but by heavens, if you haven't got your health, no amount of money is going to buy that for you or prevent you from becoming sick. So yes, we are starting to look at things in a different way. So when I say that Pluto is holding hands or conjunct Jupiter, the planet of opportunity, expansion, higher mind, and much broader thinking, this is what it's doing. It's asking us to stand up and question what our governments, what our leaders are saying. What are they presenting to us? Is this truthful? Are they telling us the truth? And you'll see around the world the leaders that are getting the most praise and are not doing it for ego-driven polls to be in their favour are the officials that are standing up and telling the public the truth. Even though it may not be palatable, even though it may not be what they want to hear, they're being very clear, very concise and saying this is how it is. This is what we collectively have to do as a group of people. So the more people that get on board with this and do as we need to do, the quicker we can flatten the curve and the quicker we can go back to some sort of normality. Then you have other people that are using this for political gain and really making fools of themselves in every area of politics and in every country around the world. We all have at least one or two of those show ponies that are making fools of themselves, opening their mouths up that aren't well informed. But I feel as collectively as a globe, we're starting to see through this BS and we're starting to look at, okay, hang on a minute, who's telling the truth, who isn't, who do I respect, who do I not respect, and how am I going to look at the world moving forward? So this is where Jupiter's asking us to expand our mind, really listen to what's being said and sift through and find the truth in the whole of this. So then we have Jupiter conjunct or holding hands with Saturn, the planet of discipline, and this is sitting in Aquarius. Now, Saturn sort of likes to come in and wave a big stick and tell us we've all got to be good boys and girls and sit down and do as we're told and learn our lessons. But while he's in Aquarius, he's asking us to maybe approach our discipline or the way that we look at things or the structure in our lives in a different way. So he's asking us to think outside the square. Now, this is really important because Saturn does love discipline and structure, and he probably feels very uncomfortable sitting in here asking you to think about things differently to the way you've always done. The ways that have always worked in the past now are becoming obsolete. So we all have an opportunity now to reboot our personal lives, our local communities, and our nations in a different way. If we all start to really sort of be open and honest with ourselves and ask, what do we need? What does the country need? What does the globe need moving forward? So to wrap up this astrology section, I just want to quickly touch on the part of fortune, which is not where we make money in a chart, but it's where we start to look at things that are sort of giving us the positivity moving forward. Now, the part of fortune is actually conjunct or hold hands, the moon in Cancer. So this is going to be opposing or not feeling comfortable with the stuff that I've just been previously talking about in Capricorn. So we're going to see some prickly conversations over the next 7 days. We're going to see a push-pull on the emotional thing. Some people will have some very deep dreams. Some people will find it hard to sleep. So just be aware it's the moon's influence. Now, we're going to take our first caller, and it's Sarah in Missouri, USA. Are you there, Sarah? Hello, Sarah. Oh, it looks like we've lost Sarah in Lee Summit in Missouri. So I'll just keep talking until we see if we can get Sarah back on the line. So I hope that you understand now that emotions do play a big part in our lives, and we all need to be aware of how the astrological influence can influence each and every one of us. We all are emotional creatures, some of us more so than others. Some of us wear our heart on our sleeves and other people don't. Some people find it easier to process and deal with emotions, and other people find it very, very uncomfortable and very quickly. So I'm not sure whether we've got Sarah back.
Yes,
No,
I'm here.
Oh, hi, Sarah. How are you, sweetie? Do you have a question for me, darling?
I'm sorry, what did you say? You sound really far
Do you have a
away.
question I can work with? Please, sweetie. Have a question?
Yes. Okay, my question, this is hard because I have so many, but let's go with, when will I succeed at the career I'm supposed to be at?
Okay, so a career choice, Sarah, is something that's very, very personal. And on a psychic level, they don't say to me, you've got to be a hairdresser or a teacher or a doctor or whatever. They just sort of put it on an energetic level. So the first thing that they're sharing with me is I don't know that you've actually tripped across or are in or focusing on the right career path yet. There seems to be a number of things that you've crossed off your list, or things that you thought at one stage, well, that could be what I'm meant to be doing. And then you've explored that and found that that's not quite right. It doesn't give me that feeling of satisfaction. So I feel in the next couple of weeks, I feel that you're going to find what it is that you really, really need to be doing. Have you started to sort of feel that you're drawn to something that's sort of like, I really, really feel this is me?
Yes, actually, there's been a lot. I had a near-death experience when I was 15 years old. And ever since then, weird things have happened to me. Like, I found out that I feel like I'm a light worker, and I have some abilities that are, my father just died and my grandfather just died, and those were big, huge, monumental men in my life. And my grandpa was very successful, and I've always looked up to him. So I feel like I'm on the brink of something right now, and I'm not sure what path to take because it feels so huge, and it's almost overwhelming. I'm almost going to cry right now.
Yeah, no, that's what I was picking up, that sort of the answers are going to come before the end of this month. And I know we've only got, a few days, but they were showing me the month of April, and I'm not talking about next April, as being life-changing for you, as sort of like the answers are going to be presented to you. All you've got to do is run with it. When they give you the insight, when they give you the answers, and they will, you'll just know. You'll just know that this is where you're meant to be going. I think you're a moment away from discovering the direction that you need to be taking. I know part of it will involve what you term as your light work, but I also sort of feel that there's something very orthodox or mainstream that you need to add into this as well. It's sort of like you're going to have two careers that'll run simultaneously. One that pays the bills, one that sort of satisfies that, I've got to go to work and I pay my taxes and I do this and I do that. And then there's the other side of you Sarah, that is the sort of the light worker, the person that helps people get on their path. So it's like two different people becoming one. So I hope that helps you there, Sarah.
Wow.
Okay, that's lovely to talk with Sarah. We're going to go to Kayla now in Sickersville, New Jersey. Are you there, Kayla?
Yes.
How can I help you today, sweetie? Do you have a question for me?
Medium?
I am, but in the short time that we have on this show, sweetie, I can't always guarantee that I can tap into who you want to talk to. I usually prefer to ask you, do you have a question that I can work with? And if they want to chime in, they will. How does that work for you?
I just wanted to know if one of my loved ones would come through.
Darling, I can't just dial them up. I don't have a direct link to a telephone that says, let's dial up Kayla's guides. Do you have a question?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Do you have a question of something you want answered in your life? If they want to chime in, they will.
No, I didn't have a question. I just wanted to see if somebody would come through.
Okay, well, darling, they don't always necessarily just come through because you want them to. They usually need a reason to come through with me. Like, you've asked a question about where you're going, or am I changing my job, or is it time for me to move? Then they'll sort of come through and sort of give the guidance with a sort of a direct question. Okay, so as soon as you haven't got a direct question, I'm going to go with what I'm being given. They're showing me that the last few months that you've been questioning who you are and where you're going and what your purpose is. Is that how you've been feeling in your life in the last few months, and particularly more so the last 6 weeks? So they're showing me that this has been like a collective group of people on the other side that have all been chiming in, and not necessarily is one person going to take credit for what they've been doing, but they've all been collectively working on you and sort of trying to get you to understand that you can be the person that you want to be, Kayla, that you don't necessarily have to follow someone else's dream. It's about sort of sifting through what you want to keep and what you're prepared to let go of, and sort of say, now this is becoming who I am. It's almost like we've got a jigsaw and we've undone the box and we've got all the pieces on the table. Now it's a matter of putting those pieces together so we form a picture. And that's what they're showing me from the other side, that they're helping you put those pieces into the puzzle to form a picture. So in the last 12 months, would it be fair to say that you let go of people that were no longer right in your life? I'm not going to say that you sort of a sudden didn't like them, but there was people that have sort of left your life for one reason or another because the friendships waned or they've moved away, or you just didn't feel a connection with them anymore, because they were showing me sort of like a number of people that have left your life and they wanted to say to you, just let that go. Like, don't question it. It was meant to be. It was the season for them to leave.
Right. Yes.
And there's going to be, new people crossing your path. Look, I don't know that new people are going to cross your path tomorrow, but before the end of this year, there will be 3 new positive people that will come into your life on different areas of your life that will help you unlock more of the puzzle of where you're going and who Kayla is becoming. They're also sort of showing me that there's been a disappointment with love. So has that been an end to a relationship, or have you just had some realizations about the relationship?
There's been complications in what? I'm sorry?
Has there been complications in your relationship? They didn't necessarily show it to me that the relationship had ended. They were just showing me sort of like a series of realizations.
Yes.
And what they were showing me was it's okay to sort of not be happy about it, but it's okay too to find a solution. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't feel that they were pushing for the end of the relationship. They were just pushing for you to be open and honest about it and look at it and say, well, hang on a minute, I don't like this. I do like that. Let's work on this part of the relationship, and it will make the two of you stronger together, but also make you stronger as individuals. And that's something that they were pushing for.
Okay, that makes sense.
But they were also, when I say pushing, they were pushing both of you. It wasn't just you had more lessons than the other person's got. it was sort of almost like it was equal, like you've got your lessons, they've got their lessons, and then we come together as a couple and we've got lessons. And it's like this is going to form a much more powerful union than what there was 12 months ago. And I'm not saying it's been easy. It hasn't. There's been parts of this where you're sort of nearly been tearing your hair out and thinking, is this worth it? And then sort of for some reason or another, it's like somebody pushes you in the back and says, come on, keep going, Kayla. We're not at the end yet, you know, and you're sort of thinking, oh, okay, here we go again, you know, like I've got to keep pushing and not understanding why. That's been one or two people from the other side literally pushing you physically forward, sort of saying that this has got to be, you know, we've got to tackle this. We can't just leave it undone. So they're also sort of showing me a change of residence. So was that something that you were thinking about?
I actually just moved, yes.
You just moved, okay. So you haven't quite settled into the new place yet?
Right.
The reason I ask that because they keep sort of saying to me that there was question marks around where you were living. So if you've just moved, that's good. Has there been times where you felt somebody around you recently?
Yes.
Yeah, they're not showing me whether it's male or female. All they're showing me was that there was more than one person that you were picking up on. And I don't know that it's necessarily, are they looking for recognition as in, oh, good, that's Auntie Myrtle. They're looking at it as just acknowledge that they're there. You know, you don't need to know who it was directly. Just know that you're being looked after. That's what they want to say to you because there's more than one person. I'm seeing a number of people. You know, it's like quite a busy crowd that's been working to help you get where you need to go. From about August on, they're showing me things become a lot easier in your life than what they have been, and you'll have a lot more answers then. And they're just saying, keep going. Keep up the good work, Kayla. Whatever you've been doing, just keep doing more of it. You are on the right track. And there will be some strong dreams towards the end of next month, and I want you to take notice of them. I want you to write them down, including anything peculiar in the dream, how you felt, whether it was in colour, was it black and white, did you, have any uncomfortable feeling, did you feel excited, did you feel sad? All these things are important for you to write down because they're going to become more pieces to this jigsaw puzzle that I was talking about. You're going to have more answers coming, particularly over the next 6 weeks. So I hope that helps you, sweetie. We're coming towards the end of the show. It's always interesting how quickly the show comes to an end. So please stay safe, stay well, listen to your local authorities at what is right for your area, and we'll do it all again in 7 days, and please be safe. Bye for now.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Gemma's Spirit World with Gemma. Live from GemmaSpiritWorld.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Gemma's Spirit World on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good evening, everybody. I am host tonight. How are we all doing? My goodness, it's whole week has gone, and you know what I have been doing all week? I've been making excuses for myself. Excuses for not doing this and excuses for not doing that. And I found that the more excuses that I've made for myself, I feel like I haven't gotten any further than the week before. So today I decided that when I woke up that I'm not going to make any excuses for nobody. No, I'm not even going to make excuses for myself, because I found that when I do, it stops my flow in life. It stops my flow in everything I do. I mean, work has been on hold since I've been on isolation. I can do online readings. I love doing online reading. I love being on this show. And for some reason, I've made excuses for not doing my online readings. Yes, I've had homeschooling, and I know that takes up a lot of my time with my children. But the days that I don't have my children, what have I been doing? So, yes, I focus on myself and, recharging my energy, but I've really been making excuses. So today I decided that no more excuses. Today I am going to take control of my life, and, if that means writing down a list of the things that you want to do to achieve where you want to go, the next day, it's just making a big difference. So no excuses. So maybe you're feeling the same way I am. Maybe you're making excuses for not exercising. Maybe you're making excuses for not, committing to yourself in certain relationships. Or maybe you're making excuses for not eating healthy. Every excuse we make, it doesn't change the day. Every excuse we make doesn't change it, and it makes us feel bad. It makes us feel horrible within ourselves. So I like to live life. I like to be motivated. I like to live in a high energy. I like to connect with people. I like to feel great. I love to feel joy. I love to feel happy. And I know that with all these excuses I've been making, it's been actually making me feel like crap. So I decided to draw some quick cards for us, and the message that I have for you all is that it was interesting because when I was drawing my cards, the card out was body movement. And I know that, in order to, create more movement, more flow into our life, we need to stop making excuses for ourselves. Our mindset is so important. The more positive you are, the more things that you can achieve in a day. So take action. Don't listen to that little voice in your head that lets you know that you can't do it. Take control of your life and feel happy for it. All right, so we're going to connect. It's interesting because before I ask you the question, I keep seeing pink flowers around you. Okay, what I keep hearing, Rose, can you connect with anyone in your life named Rose at the moment? Does Rose resonate with you at the moment? Because I have female energy around you. What I am seeing for you, I keep seeing Rose. I keep seeing flowers around you. Just wondering, I know that you've just asked me a question about your baby, your journey in falling pregnant. But I just keep feeling the pink energy around you at the moment. It's literally, what I keep hearing for you is that it feels very close, if anything, more closer than it has ever been. gosh, 29. I'm just a little bit out of whack today. I keep saying number 29. Can you resonate with the number 29 at the moment? Anything that comes up on the 29th?
Oh, let me think. Not right at the moment. No, I mean, I have a cousin whose birthday is May 29th, but I can't really think of anything other than that.
Okay, and is that cousin female at all?
Female, yes.
Yes, okay, because I had May coming through before. Okay, so, and I just wanted to see, very supportive. You're very close with your cousin because I have her coming through. I have that energy around her coming through, and she's very much, so your biggest support. I also feel that what I'm seeing around you, I keep seeing lots of rainbows, which lets me know lots of, not lots, but, you have had some rainbow babies that are around you and supporting you. What I keep seeing for you is that 21 keeps coming through, whether that means next year, but at the same time, I keep hearing December.
Okay. Huh. Interesting. Okay. That'd be great.
Pardon?
I said, so you're seeing December and then also a 21. Okay.
Yeah. So I've got 21, but I'm also, your cousin's coming through strongly around you. I'm just seeing, because I've got something, so with I know this is about you, but I've got your cousin keep coming through, her energy. Is she actually going through, is she actually trying to fall pregnant herself?
No, she's finished having children now.
Okay. Because what I keep hearing like had you looked into surrogacy at all? Because I keep hearing the word surrogacy, and I don't know whether that's connected up to your cousin, but I keep hearing that loud and clear around you, but it's not making sense for what I'm seeing for you in December. I feel like you're not going to go down that path, but I also feel that, whether it was spoken about or, the options on the greater ladder of everything going on.
Well, I have wondered if I would have to do that. Of course, that's super expensive. But there's no reason to think I would have to, but I kind of had looked into it, and then I thought, well, it was way too expensive anyway, so yeah.
Yeah, okay, because that's what I kept hearing that, but it was interesting that I had it around a female energy around your cousin, whether that was maybe in conversation that you had with her. But yeah, December keeps coming through. I also see September's an important month for you as well. But I do know that, when you do fall pregnant, it's going to be a little girl, because I've got the female energy around you, and I keep seeing pink flowers, and I'm really drawn to the name Rose, and I know that, it's just whether it means that you love roses or the colours, there's something about a rose around you. Can you resonate even with
I've actually thought about that. I actually had thought that'd be a pretty name for a little girl.
Yeah, okay, because I see that's what I keep hearing. So it's this little girl's not too far away from you. Yes, I said December, but it's this year, and it's on the 21st. So, whether it's September or December, because I got the 21st, and I've got the name Rose coming through. I keep seeing the beautiful colours around you.
That's wonderful. Okay.
Yeah, it's really, and it feels really positive, and it's what I also do have coming through around you, and it's food related. Do you take a lot of vitamin C? I've got something going on around vitamin C's around you.
Did you ask me about vitamin C?
Yeah, do you drink a lot of juices at all, like freshly made juices?
It's funny you said that, because our conversation with my husband today was, Did you order more vitamin C, because we're out of it? And we had that conversation a little bit ago. And that was probably why you thought that.
I have that coming through, so it's
funny.
But yeah, it's just confirming that conversation. But yeah, important to get on top of your vitamin C, even to have your juices. I just know that
It's so funny.
It just,
it's just funny.
Yeah.
It just confirms that somebody's listening for sure.
yeah. But yeah, I definitely see a positive outcome, and I know that your baby girl isn't too far away. And I just wish you all the best, because I know that, you know, it's been a hard journey for you and the struggles, but I know that you haven't given up, and that's a strength that, you know, your children are going to also have. And, you know, and what an inspiration, you know, and a great mother that you are going to be to your children.
Oh, thank you so much.
Yes. Do you have anything else? Any other questions?
Okay, well, yeah. Do you see, like as far as career-wise, do you see me making any kind of career? I'm not super happy at my job.
Interesting around career. I keep saying flying around you. I know that obviously it's not happening at the moment with flying, but have you got anything going on around flying? Do you travel for work? Did it involve a lot of flying or up in the air? But that also could be symbolic for being everything up in the air.
Right, that might be it. Yeah, because I don't travel for work, but I could see it being everything up in the air because I'm so, you know, all over the place with it.
Yeah, it definitely feels like it's very much up in the air. I also keep seeing that, and like what I do have coming through for you, I keep hearing home tech. So I'm not sure that what that word or how that resonates with you, home tech, or something that you've been looking at from doing from home, but it feels like it can be utilized, you know, until the time home tech. But when I think of home tech, I see online, but I also feel that everything's up in the air, but at the same time, you're still stuck in two minds about it at the moment. Around work, I keep saying 3 months for you, so you'll know more in 3 months what's going on.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, because I'm working from home right now, so just via computer mostly, so that makes sense for that. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Because everything just feels like, you know, we've got time there, and but yeah, you're making the most of every day. So, you know, you're one step further to achieving everything that you want in your life, and I don't see it being that. I see this year's being. It's given what we've all gone through this year. This year is going to be a great year for you.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good to know. Do you think I'll have to do IVF for this baby? Because we've done IVF a few times too. I'm just wondering if it'll be natural or if it'll be IVF.
See, I don't see it being IVF. I see natural.
Oh, that'd be great. That'd be great. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right.
So it was thank you for our chat, and let me know. Let me know when you fall pregnant. I would love to hear. But yeah, I wish you all the best and have a lovely night.
It was awesome. It was awesome reading. Thank you. You have a wonderful night too. I appreciate you very much.
Thank you, Jennifer. Night. All right. We have Mandy from Helenwood, Tennessee, USA. Hello, Mandy. How are you tonight?
Well, I'm good.
Oh my goodness, Mandy, your heart. I just want to let you know that there's lots of struggle around your love life at the moment. How can I help you? Is this resonating with you around your love life at the moment? I just feel my heart very heavy.
Yeah, it's not been too good.
Yeah, okay, so how can I help you tonight? Like around, it's, it just feels you've gone through a lot in the last 6 weeks.
Yes, I have.
Yeah, and I feel that as well.
I'd like to know, about my love life and how things are going to go within the next, little bit.
Yeah, that was about your love life. Sorry, is that what you were asking? It's just that it was a bit fuzzy on my end then.
Do what now? I'm sorry.
What was the question again, please?
How things are going to go within the next little bit, in my life.
Yeah, okay. At the moment, what I keep seeing for you, it just feels like everything's a struggle. Like just doing everything every day seems to be a real struggle for you at the moment. I also see that mindset plays a huge play in your life. It's like, but no, it's the energy that the people around your life. You put a lot, you put a lot of time, you put a lot of effort in helping others, but you don't have, what I'm saying is that you don't receive the amount of love, the amount of time that you give everyone else, you don't receive it back. And it's like, what I keep seeing is that everything seems to be going around in circles. Like it's, you know, just when you think you've got on top of something, something else comes up. And it just feels like when you're one step ahead, you know, you're one step backwards. So it feels like it's, you know, these struggles that you're going through. But I feel like it's also the energy, the people around you is what really is pulling you down. And it's what I keep hearing is that, you know, now's the time to look after yourself and, you know, stand your ground in what you want and what you want to do, not what others want you to do and how they want you to, you know, help with their life, because it's just what I'm seeing for you. It just seems to be sucking the life out of you. Energy-wise, you're exhausted. What I keep seeing also around you, you cook a lot. Do you cook a lot? Because I've got the word cook come through. Do you actually prepare a lot of food? Yeah. So what I keep seeing is that you're exhausted and it's really hard to see, you know, where your life is going because you're doing the same thing over and over and for everyone else and not bringing that love and that support back to yourself. So where I see you in the next, it just feels like it's up and down for the next 3 months, but it also feels like, you know, you've had enough and it's, you know, I know that you're very determined, you know, to change things, but I guess, you know, just having that support on your side would make a huge difference in the changes that you do need to make in your life with relationships around you. I also keep seeing, long distance calls. Do you have somebody that you ring? Like, is there a long distance calls that you're making? Because I keep seeing you on the phone quite a bit.
Yes.
Yeah. So I keep seeing the long distance calls at the moment for you, and it feels like it's just, you know, you listen to everyone else's problems, but when it comes to your problems, there's no one there to support and help get you through. And I also keep seeing the sunset. So it's like, you know, there's enough time. You actually spend a lot indoors and just getting outside, getting some fresh air, just seeing the sun come up or the sun go down. It'd just be refreshing. It's like a new page, you know, needs to be turned over. It's like a big change is coming your way, but it's like as long as you have the strength, as long as you're ready for that change, I feel the changes once you've made that decision on. It's interesting. It's around relationships around you, but it's also got career as well. It just feels like everything's come to a stop, but you're also giving so much. Does that resonate with everything I'm saying with you at the moment?
Yes, it does.
Yeah, and it's also has an impact on your health. So at the moment, what I see for you is that now that you've made that stop, mate, you know, you've made that stand for yourself, and it's to follow through what you want to do and how you want to live the rest of your life, and not what, you know, how much people take from you. You know, you're strong, you know, you're brave, you know, but just know that, you know, when you're not around certain people that drag you down all the time, that there is support out there. It's just you're so tied up into everyone else's life except for yourself.
Okay.
So what I'm seeing for you, I keep seeing the sun. Do you not get out a lot at the moment?
No, I've been depressed, and I come home from work and I go straight to my room. I don't even go outside.
Yeah, and I can see that. It's like, you know, it's you know, and it's like, it's like the same, and you do the same thing over and over, and that creates unhappiness for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's a lot of heartache, and also what I do have around you at the moment as well, just let me see, you're very connected to plants. Do you have plants, a lot of plants around your house? I keep seeing plants around you.
I've got some outside, but I don't have none around here because I kill my water.
It's like, And what I keep hearing, so when I see lots of plants around people, it's like to really get out in nature, to really recharge your soul, to really look at what things you want to change in your life and know that you can change them. It's like, it's, that may be just a thought to change, it doesn't have to be drastic big changes, it could be the way you think, the way that to change that mindset to help you get through each day so it's not so challenging.
Mm-hmm.
What I do keep seeing for you, I keep seeing travel. So when the time comes, it's interesting, around travel, do you have a blue car? Because I keep seeing a blue car around you.
Yeah, there's one out there, the driveway is sitting, yeah.
Yeah, okay, because I keep seeing travel for you, but it feels like you're wanting to travel further than where, it just feels like there's a new, so with the long distance calls that you've been making, are you wanting to travel to this certain person? Because I keep seeing you getting in the car and driving longer than you want to drive.
Mm.
Yeah. So what I do see in the future is that when you recharge your soul, when you bring everything back to what you want to do and what makes you happy, I see you getting in your car. I see you connecting up with the person that you have been talking to long distance. I also see that you're not giving so much to people, and that's going to be a huge big weight lifted off your shoulders.
Okay.
I've also, just around your heart area do you have any asthma? Do you have any issues of breathing around your heart area? Because just feels really heavy, but that could also, be definitely the sadness with the feeling depressed. But do you have any breathing issues around your heart? Any asthma or anything?
I have COPD.
Okay. I'm feeling that. I just could, okay. What I keep hearing is don't give up. Keep putting one step in front of the other and do things for yourself, not for others all the time, because it's exhausting.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Do you have any other questions?
No, that's it.
I've also got a yellow flower around you. So have you had a loved one that's passed around with cancer at all? Because I keep seeing the daffodil.
Yes, my grandfather.
Okay, because I keep seeing the daffodil. Did he actually have lung cancer or anything around his lungs at all? Because I keep seeing smoke.
That's what it was lung cancer.
Yeah, okay, because I have your, where's my Skype? It's just dropped off. Wait up, sorry. I have your grandfather that's come through because I can, so he's just letting you know that, bring the strength. You've had the strength there. Don't hide. Bring yourself out of darkness and to, find the sun in your life, the sun that lights up your world. He's also letting me know that berries. Do you do anything with berries? Do you eat a lot of berries? Because there's something about berries. Do you resonate anything with your grandfather with berries?
No, not right off. No.
Yeah. Okay. So maybe just he's something around berries at the moment. So I'm not sure what's going on there, but he's just letting you know that the strength is in you to keep take control of your life, step out of the darkness and to follow that light. And to make those baby steps as well. He's definitely around. I can feel him. I can see him actually, but I can feel his energy to let you know that you're not alone as well.
Okay.
Just another question around you as well. Do you have any horses around you at the moment?
No.
Even anything around, because I've got a horse that's come through. Okay, so generally when I get the animals that come through, when I see horses, they let me know how stubborn people are as well. Are you a very stubborn person?
Yeah.
Yeah. because this horse has just come through my room, and I'm like, okay. I'm thinking if you don't have any horses around your backyards or, you know, where you live, it's letting me know how stubborn you are. And it's to know that, you know, it's like, don't keep looking at the time. You know, the message the horse lets me know is that, you know, don't watch the time, you know, create your days how you want to live them and how you want to spend them. You know, don't look at the time, because sometimes when we look back in the past or regarding time or where we used to be, it causes that depression as well. So look forward, look ahead of you, and it's great that you're stubborn, but it's also, it lets me know that you're strong-willed too. And, once you find what lights up your life and where you want to go and what kind of people you want in your life, it creates happiness, and it's that joy and love that you haven't had for a while.
Yeah. Okay.
But I do see, it's just there's travel. There's travel, but when I see the travel around you, it feels like it's distance traveling.
Mm-hmm.
But it just, yeah. And also what I've got coming through, because I keep seeing a helicopter around you, just letting me know that not to spend so much time in your head as well. It's like the procrastinator, not deciding, or, thinking about all the questions that you don't have answers for. It's like it just really can bring us down as well. So I just wanted to pass that message on to you, but I only have 90 seconds left, and it was lovely to chat with you tonight, Mandy, and I wish you, the next, find your light, find your joy again, and, travel, create freedom and take that stubbornness with you as well.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. It was good talking to you too.
You too. Thank you, Mandy.
Thank you.
Okay. Good night. And thank you, good night. Thank you, A1R Psychic Radio, for tuning in to tonight. It was lovely to connect with the two ladies. I look forward to seeing you next week, and I'd love for you to follow my Facebook page, Gemma Spirit World. And remember, no excuses. I know that next week, by the time I talk to you, I will be flying forward with everything. Oh no, I have 30 seconds. It feels like, okay, so 30 seconds to chat. I'm not sure. Okay, so I'll draw one card. Oh, let me see. Maybe, all right, let me see what Dave's going to write, because I have nothing. 10 seconds. All right, everyone, have a lovely weekend. No excuses. Smile and connect with loved ones.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Insights into Consciousness with Anna Olson. Live from AnnaOlsonIntuitive.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Insights into Consciousness
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, good evening. I'm Anna Olson here on tonight's segment with Anna Olson, Insights into Consciousness, A1R Radio. I am going to take a caller tonight on the phone, but first I wanted to go over a couple of things that I really felt moved to talk about. And I always try to share the things that I've been taught in my training as a life coach with experiential psychology. I like to mix that in a little bit with the intuition because I really think that that can be useful for people, especially when we're dealing with things that they're not totally consciously aware of, that are kind of in the subconscious. And I really just get message from Spirit before my shows to try to figure out what it is that I should cover that would be most beneficial for the people who will be watching that day, that night, that time. And so I'm going to just, first of all, go over how we all are kind of in a state of dealing with a lot of different opinions about whether you're wearing a mask, whether you are keeping your social distancing right now during this pandemic, or how much you're going outside. And it's really hard to do the right thing right now because there's so much contradictive information about how communicable diseases are passed around, how they are caught, how, we don't even know much about this virus. And there's a lot of science that we're not real clear on yet. So we're really all just doing our best. And, my take is it's always better safe than sorry, but not everyone feels that way. And we all have to respect each other's opinion. So the first thing that I like to look at when either I'm worried about offending someone or I'm worried about them offending me and really taking things personally at a time like this, when there's high stress times, those are the times that we're really better off not taking anything personally. And we are much better off without all of the arguments or the trying to win with words, because there really isn't such a thing. And the only thing we can do when we're lashing out or acting emotionally or impulsively when we're speaking to someone, the only thing that can do is damage our relationships and burn our bridges. And so I have a really great tool that I use and that I have been taught during my training for life coaching and through experiential psychology, and that is that, I learned it in a dyad. So that means you partner up with somebody and you do an exercise to teach you in detail exactly how this works. But to give a synapse of the lesson, it's basically called Blue Frog. So the whole thing that we learn about in the trainings that I went through is Blue Frog and how that affects other people. Some people call this exercise, I don't know, whatever, green turtle, or it's just, there's whatever fits the exercise will fit the exercise. But if somebody came up to you and called you a blue frog, would it offend you? No. I mean, it sounds silly going into it, but it's because you're aware that you're not a blue frog, and that makes that person just look kind of crazy. You obviously know there's something going on, and they're coming up to you and calling you a blue frog. Okay, so if you know that you are not, in fact, a blue frog, and they call you a blue frog, it's just on them. So the idea is to take this ideology that everybody is really just projecting their ideas on you and on each other, and they're really just working out their own anxiousness and feelings of either repression or powerlessness by lashing out at others or judging others. It's basically a much more pleasant pastime to judge someone else and lash out at them rather than looking inward and really figuring out what's going on with yourself. So what we do is we ask somebody, are you a blue frog? No. Why did that not offend you? The same goes for anything anyone would say. If it doesn't ring true for you, when they say it to you, it's not going to offend you because it's not going to hurt your feelings. It's not going to trigger you. It's not going to hit a soft spot. So the idea is to say, well, is it true? And if it is, what do I need to do about that? Does that actually mean that I need to have more control and power over the way I'm behaving and I'm appearing and affecting others? And so this can be a very powerful tool in giving yourself more power in a situation where somebody is basically acting in a really disrespectful way. And we all want respect. We all want to be able to feel safe around people. But here's the catch. Sometimes when you're feeling unsafe with somebody, sometimes they're just telling you something that's true. And that's no reason to, be down on yourself or be hard on yourself. It's really just a way to say, wow, that did kind of ring true for me, and maybe they're right. How about that? Maybe sometimes people who are looking at us are right. And if they're not, then you just shake your head, smile, and move on. So it's a really great tool to think about what someone's saying to us and why. And if it does affect us, maybe they're right. If it doesn't bounce off of us as truth and it doesn't offend us and it doesn't really trigger us, we're okay. We just smile and laugh it off and go on our way, and we're none the wiser, and they don't get their payoff, because really taking offense is giving that person a lot of power over us. And it's really about understanding that somebody who takes offense is really just handing over their power. They're more of a fool than the person handing out the put down or the criticism, because not only are you believing them or believing that they're right and giving them that much say over your life, but in addition, you're doing exactly what they're trying to do. You're allowing exactly what they're trying to do, and you're allowing them to have power and control over you. So those are just a couple of different ideas on dealing with somebody who is being combative, criticizing. Sometimes people are just having a really bad day. Sometimes somebody just lost a loved one. Sometimes they're not themselves. Sometimes it just really, they do have a pass. That's the other part of this. And it's better to shrug it off. So I think that can really help a lot of people in this situation where not only are they dealing with a very stressful life event that we're all dealing with globally, but in addition, we have a lot of people that we're living with in our homes. We're getting cabin fever, some of us, and some of us have to be around somebody all the time that we're not used to being around half of that amount of time. And with our kids, and it's just important to go take a break. And the other part of being inside, not getting our sunlight, not getting out and doing our regular stuff, is that we can start to get symptoms of anxiety, depression, different types of, panic disorder type stuff coming up. So it's really important that we prevent the symptoms of anxiety and depression or health issues resulting from brain chemistry being off before they start. So preventative and prophylactic measures in mental health is one of the best things that we can initiate before we even get a symptom. So when we know that we're inside more, the first thing we can do is say, okay, what happens when we don't have a lot of sunlight that we're used to having? Or we're not going outside, or we're not staying as busy, our bodies are not moving as much. Well, first of all, vitamin D3 is affected because we get that from the sun. So it's better to go outside, get your walks, go for a run, staying away from other people, of course, gardening, doing whatever lifts you up and makes you feel good. But you've got to get that sunlight. And people with more melanin in their skin, if you're African American, if you're Hispanic, if whatever, the darker your skin, the less vitamin D3 you absorb in any amount of time. So the lighter your skin, the more D3 doses you're going to get with, let's say 15 minutes of sun, opposed to somebody with darker skin, more melanin, who's going to absorb a lot less in that 15 minutes. So it's good to know that we all need our immune system to be up and running right now, and vitamin D3 is one of those things that's really going to help kickstart our immune system and relieve depression and prevent depression, because it does directly affect the serotonin levels in the brain and the brain chemistry that really does affect depression and really starting to get those blues, and you're not sure why. You're kind of like, oh, I haven't had to go to work and deal with all that stress, or maybe you're more stressed because you're financially not okay. But either way, you'll wonder, oh, well, I'm inside more. I'm supposed to be resting. I'm supposed to be getting more time to do the things I want to do. Why am I getting depressed? You're not going outside. You're not doing all those things that you're supposed to do. If you are dealing with more stress right now financially, and you are dealing with more of these issues that we're all facing financially in a way of like, okay, how am I going to pay my bills? What is this going to look like in, 3 or 6 months? Those are the questions that you can really ask a friend. You can just get support from FaceTiming. I've been FaceTiming a lot of my friends. There's lots of alternative ways to prevent these signs of depression, anxiety, or the blues. So exercise daily, cardio, meaning cardio, and sunlight daily, at least 3 times a week, 15 minutes at least, and don't burn yourself, of course. And then, of course, eating good foods, taking care of your health in the way that you're not gaining a lot of weight by eating a lot of these carbohydrates that aren't good for us, high protein, lower fat, lower carb foods with higher nutrients like vegetables, and maybe even plant a garden right now. It's a good time to plant a garden. It's the spring. Gardening is good for us. Anything with negative ions, putting our hands in the dirt, being outside, being near the ocean, salty air. These are all the things in nature that give us those negative ions. Being near nature in general gives us those negative ions, which relieves and alleviates any sign of depression, actually changes the chemistry in the brain along with that sunlight, which affects the D3 and the serotonin levels. So that said, I would like to do a reading now. I'm going to go to my caller, Anne, in Ontario, Canada. Anne, how are you doing tonight?
I'm great, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. So I'm going to do a reading for you tonight, and I know we're kind of in the middle of a pandemic. How are you doing with all of that?
It's actually just recently starting now to get really stressful because there's really nothing I could do. You can't go anywhere. You can't go to the mall. Just like sit outside your house, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're having some stress.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, a little bit with the kids and stuff, right?
Okay. So, what is it? What is your question tonight for me for a reading?
My question tonight was just actually if I was going to do a random general question, anything, and health, anything general, anything that comes to you, whatever you're feeling, if anything's drawn to you, anything.
Okay. So it was a little hard to hear you. I think your connection's a little bit patchy, but I heard that anything that comes to me or a general reading, is that basically?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
Great. So, Anne, the first thing that I am feeling for you is that your sense of community is really important to you and your family. So,
yeah.
I'm really feeling like there's a sense of community that you're really able to connect with again right now, but there's also a part of your community and people who you usually are close to that are not around you, and that's been a big adjustment for you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yes.
And so, I know that there's all the basic things that people are worried about right now with the pandemic and all of the different things that are going on with that. But my advice to you right now would be to really pay attention to your emotions and get in touch with those emotions and how you're feeling about the people that you love in your life. Now, do you usually have a day job that you go to that you're not going to right now?
I go to a few things actually that I'm not able to get to right now, so it's really actually irritating for me and frustrating. I'm supposed to go every 2 weeks because of my health. I have fibromyalgia, so I get injections, and I can't be going for those right now because doctors are closed and I can't get in, and so much. And it's really frustrating to the pain, and it just it's just so frustrating right now. So I have to deal with the pain, and I can't get in for my injections, and I got other things going on, so I can't get in for ultrasound things. It's just so much going on. It's just irritating and frustrating, And they're like, all my friends, it's like, just lately I haven't been talking to them, and I feel bad, but I just started talking to them today and apologize for being a crappy friend, because I haven't talked to anybody. And,
Okay, so you're definitely been dealing with a lot of those frustrations, a lot of those feelings of not able to do what you were doing in your regular everyday life. So now's the time, I feel like, is a really good time for you to start this new chapter in your life where you get to connect again with yourself, but also to stay in good contact with your friends, your regular friends, phone calls, if you can do FaceTime, or even social media has certain types of video calling where you can see their face and their facial expressions too. That can really be very helpful. Now,
that does help, yes.
Yeah. And I really feel like you getting outside more is going to help you. I was just talking about that before I started your reading. How often are you getting outside?
I'm actually just, today for the first time in just to get out, just to get out. I don't, first in a while, and it was nice, and it's been a while. I think I do go appointments and stuff, but just to get out and around, Yeah.
Okay. Well, so it seems like that would be good for you to do right now, to really get in touch with your spirituality and spend a lot more time on your spirituality, because this whole transition with the pandemic is going to be a new chapter for a lot of people. Things are not going to be exactly the same after this. And for most people, it's going to be very different.
Okay.
Now, I feel like for you,
it's definitely going to be the same.
I feel like for you, it's going to be a lot different. And really, it's a break from society, and it's a commitment to our spiritual growth, because we're going through a time where a lot of people, most people, are really dissecting what they've been doing with their lives, how it is that they've gotten where they are, looking at new possibilities. It's forcing everybody to take a break and to really analyze their lives. And I think that that's really good work. And I think it's good work for you too. I think it's a good time. I know it's frustrating, but I think that getting outside, I was just saying, it's hard for a lot of everybody right now to get their exercise, go outside. But I really do think that's going to be conducive for you to really get to feeling better, less frustrated. It will really help you with all these emotions going through you right now. And to go ahead and just go inward, where you're kind of being a hermit, and that's okay. A lot of us have to be right now. But just when you feel called to do it, call your friends, call your family that you're not seeing right now. And I do have an interesting feeling about you specifically, that if you do feel like you should get in touch with a family member or a friend, and you're kind of worried about being exposed, it's probably better that you stay inside and away from them for as long as possible. Meaning there is a risk for you to possibly get sick. And I don't want to scare you. It's just that I get it, and I get it from spirit, and then I just relay the message. So I'm wondering if maybe you're in the category of being at risk.
Being sick?
Yeah, getting this virus. And I'm not trying to scare you. I don't think you will get it. I think it's just about really being cautious and really respecting those boundaries and those social distancing, because I want to see you healthy.
Yeah, I can't get sick right now, right? Because my health is not well right now either, right? I just was feeling that it just, and I'm trying to get in to get checked and everything, and I can't even do that because doctors and like everything's closed, right? And I just have this really feeling about this one thing on me that I just found out, and I think I know what it is. Like,
Okay.
You get that? Yeah. Like, and the doctor checked it, and he was really concerned. So
Okay.
I'm really concerned. And I can't get over ultrasound. Like, everything's closed and having hard stuff. Frustrating.
Okay, well, it's really hard connection right now, so I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to cut off the call because I really can't hear you. If we do have another caller, I'll have to take the next one. I'm sorry. I think that the connection was bad, but basically, hopefully she can see this video afterwards, and hopefully she can replay this. But what I saw for you was some health issues, and I saw that there was some blood sugar issues, that those need to be dealt with for sure. And the best way to do that right now is to really look at your diet and add a lot more of the green leafies to your diet. That will help you significantly, and go outside into the sun. Be careful not to get burned, of course. Also, lots of fresh, clean water, no soda, no coffee. Taper off of that. And to really just manage it the best way you can at home. Google the things you need to Google. Stay away from people who might be sick, large crowds of people right now. I would say, limit it enough to where you're really safe until, and I'm getting August to September, actually, for you specifically. So I'm seeing that there are some other health issues that you're dealing with that aren't getting addressed, and that you really need to be able to talk to a doctor. And I think that can be done on teleconferencing. If you were to make an appointment with a doctor that you could speak to via Zoom or something like that. And I know there are some labs that they may have to order, but they can do that. And so you can do it that way. So next I have Amanda in Illinois. And I have about 5 minutes left. Amanda, are you there?
Hello, I'm here.
Hi, Amanda. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing great. So I have about 5 minutes, but I really want to do a reading for you. What is it that you'd like to ask tonight?
I want to ask my sister if she has any special messages for me.
Okay.
Her name was Andy.
Andy, okay. I'm just focusing a little bit, and the first thing that I'm getting is that you guys had let's see, I'm seeing you guys playing outside, and I'm seeing a field. I don't know if there's sunflowers or another type of flower, but I see you guys playing, and I see that you guys are, Is this like a farm, or were you raised on a farm, or is this like out in the nature?
No, it was just our backyard, our old back house, our old backyard.
Okay. I see you guys playing out there, and I see that she's still with you. She's saying when you see sunflowers, she's specific sunflowers, she's sending you a message. So when you go out in your day and you see sunflowers and you notice them, or they just happen to kind of pop, you're going to know that's your sister, because she's communicating with you all the time. Aww. And I really feel like, it's funny because, are you the older sister?
Yes.
Yeah, because I feel like she's saying you're the queen. Like she's like, I always looked up to you, and it's really sweet because she saw you as, I don't know if you're aware of this, but she really looked up to you. She's like saying, I wanted to be just like you, but I wanted to play it off at the same time as we got older. And she really looked up to you, and she's just saying, like, just own that, like being the queen. Like she sees you as like a queen. And like she put you up on a pedestal. And Also, I'm feeling like
we can figure out who killed her.
I'm so sorry to hear that. You know, she's showing me that there's an investigator and that he has a really good idea of what's going on, but he can't say anything yet. Are you aware of this?
No, I didn't know that.
Okay, because
I thought
they're
I was
not
the one
saying
figuring stuff out.
Yeah, they have to keep it confidential for good reason, because they can't let the information out, but there is someone onto her, a murderer, the person who was responsible for this. And the thing that they're going to do is they're going to keep getting more and more clues before they say anything. They don't want to disappoint you. That's the reason why. And Spirit's giving me permission to tell you.
Oh my gosh.
So that would mean that they're going to get more information. They're going to be able to start really taking some good leads on this, but it's going to be a while. I'm sorry to tell you that, but sometimes these things just take a long time. This perpetrator is going to be messing up again and again and again, and it's just going to take some years.
He just messaged me the other day for some stupid reason.
Oh, okay. So that's basically what I'm getting.
I love this. Thank you so much for doing this.
You're welcome. And you can always continue the reading with me. My
Really
website, my personal website, you can reach me. All my contact info is on there. It's at the bottom of the screen, but it's AnnaOlsenIntuitive.com. So it's ANNAOLSEN intuitive.com. I'd love to continue it with you. You can reach me there. My phone number's there. You can email me. But don't use the chat because you're going to need to contact me personally, okay?
Awesome. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome. Thank you for calling in, Anne. I wish I had more time tonight.
That's okay. Thank you.
Okay. Have a good day. Have a good night. So the great thing is that she got to do a medium reading real quick. Things always happen for a reason. I only have a few seconds left, but you know, it's one of those things. If you need a medium reading or you need a reading from me, I'm here for you. My website's AnnaOlsenIntuitive.com. It's at the bottom of the screen, 2 N's, OLSEN, intuitive.com. Have a wonderful night. I'll see you next week at 6:30 Pacific Standard Time every Thursday, 9:30 Eastern Standard Time. Have a wonderful night.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Guidance with Glennis. With Glennis Hewitt. Live from the tranquilroom.com.au.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Guidance with Glennis
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Well, good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be in this beautiful world. Welcome to Guidance with Glenys. Now, I've been really excited about all this week. I've been concentrating on what I'm going to bring into the show today, and I've had so many people messaging me about grounding and protecting, especially if you are a light worker. You know, if you're a psychic, you always need to ground yourself before each reading. You need to learn how to protect yourself, because when you're working with energies, not everyone's energy is positive and upbeat, and especially if you're dealing with spirit as well, like mediums do. There are times where I have actually had to stop a reading and tell one spirit that he needs to vacate the room because the energy was just not right. And the message that he was bringing forward was not going to be beneficial for my client, and I refused to hand that over. So what I've done, yes, I have been doing quite a bit of homework, is I've actually written down a few things that I want to share with you today in regard to how to ground yourself. Now, grounding, what does grounding mean? So grounding yourself is a process of balancing your physical, your emotional and your mental energy state, and then reconnecting with them, okay? So, yourself, when you're feeling overtired, the first thing you want to do is go and have a really good sleep, and when you get up, you feel like your energy's back, you've got your mojo back. So for me, I really look at what resonates with me personally, and I'm hoping that I'm going to be able to give you some guidance today, and that something in what I say will absolutely resonate with you. Now, I am a huge crystal energy healer, so crystals really are my baby. And you can see over my corner, wrong side, over my corner here, that is a 13-kilo amethyst chevron sphere. So I work with that for protection, as well as open me up on a psychic level as well. So I get more clarity by working with my chevron amethyst. So for the crystals, hematite stone, which is a black stone, is the ultimate grounding gemstone for the body. And, you can quite often, if you've got a small piece of that, you can have it in your bra, you can have it in your pocket, and it's just that energy is working with you constantly and keeping you protected. I also love working with smoky quartz. I feel smoky quartz works on so many levels, and all of the crystals will do many different healings or protections. It's not just you work with one for that, or you work with another one for your awakening, or so all your crystals will work on various other areas that you need to be working with. Now, if you're in red jasper is also a beautiful, beautiful stone to work with. And I apologise, I probably should have had these so that I could pick them up and show you. Red jasper is also a beautiful crystal to be working with for grounding yourself. But if you're in Australia, I like to use mookiite, because mookiite is the red jasper in Australia, but it's so tribal. And working on those, we've got the beautiful Uluru here, and just out of Uluru you've got the Olgas, which is such a spiritual connection to the world. If you're looking at the world and all the different chakras that resonate with all the different wonders in the world, that Uluru and the Olgas is, I believe, now don't quote me on this, I believe it is around your root chakra or your base chakra, and this is where the Australian mookiite is such a beautiful stone to be working with instead of the red jasper. And it's readily available, and it comes in different colours. Like there's it has mustard colours and ochre colours and white and red all through it. It's a beautiful, beautiful crystal to be using, and it's a really beautiful way to help ground you. Now, that's just a nutshell within the crystals. And remember, this is for grounding. Now, if you are a aromatherapist, to ground yourself, obviously make sure that you are using essential oils that is okay with you. So obviously knowing what your medical history is, and using essential oils in regard to with your clients please make sure you know what their medical history is, because the last thing you want to be doing is bringing in a essential oil that is actually going to trigger an effect with them. So hypothetically, if you're working with someone that is that has lupus, the last thing you would be using is using any essential oil that is photogenic, that is, like all your citrus oils. There's no way you would go anywhere near a client with lupus, because they've got to stay out of the sun. And using your citral oils actually emphasises the photogenics of it all. So when you're working with oils, make sure that you know exactly what you can and can't use in your essential oils for yourself. Now, for me, the ones that I'm going to speak about today, I know I can use. So again, it's doing your homework. So sandalwood is beautiful for grounding. Cypress, patchouli, and vetiver. You can use these, but always make sure that you dilute them. Don't put them raw, like fresh, onto your skin. Make sure you use a carrier oil, and that could be like a grapeseed oil or a coconut oil, and just a few drops in the oil, and then use it on your body. But a beautiful way is to also use it through your vaporizer. Now, with that, you get this beautiful smell all through the room, and you just feel it. It's got such a beautiful grounding. You really feel scented, which is what I really, really love. Now, also, there's lots of different other methods that you can use. It can be as simple as taking your shoes and socks off and going out and walking on the grass or the sand, even on stones. Stones is a beautiful way to really get yourself grounded. And when you're doing that, just visualise all your negative energy being drawn away from your body and down into Mother Earth. Now, what you'll notice that your legs and your feet may actually start feeling quite heavy. And that's a great way. You just know that all the energies is being released from you, and you're going to feel so grounded. You're going to feel like you've got more clarity in your head, and it's almost like you feel that you've got a weight being lifted off your shoulders. Okay. Now, the other thing I've got a beautiful park just down the road from here, and quite often if I'm having a busy day with my clients, I'll close the door for 10 minutes, run down to the park, and I'll just actually put my hand up on a tree trunk. I'll take my shoes and socks off, go and stand under a tree with my hand on the tree, and I just imagine that all that energy or the negative energy is drawing away and going into the trunk and down into Mother Earth. It's, and I always feel like I've got more energy. I get my mojo back. And again, I always feel that my feet are going to get really heavy with this, but after, and it can be as simple as 2 minutes under this tree, and I just go, I take a deep breath in, and I just feel amazing afterwards. Now, another great way, if you haven't got, if you're stuck in, and this is for anyone, regardless if you're in the corporate world and you're stuck in concrete city, I call it, this is where you can actually just stop and focus on your breathing. And it's taking in a slow, deep breath, and you hold that breath, and then you release that. Now, if you do this 7 times, and it's as simple as breathe in for 3, hold for 3, and breathe out for 3. Now, if you do that 7 times, you are going to really feel grounded again. You're going to feel less chaotic. But another way is when you find yourself in a situation and you actually feel like your energies, you're losing control. It's taking that deep breath in and just think about the situation you're in and going, is this going to affect my life that in 20 years' time does it really matter? So it's like being in the here and now, but actually looking back and going, hang on a minute, in 20 years' time, is this really going to be affecting me? Sometimes you'll go, yes, it will, and you need to deal with that. But again, take your shoes and socks off, go outside and ground. But if you look at a situation and going, you know what, is this really going to matter in 20 years' time? No, it's not. It's a great way to be really grounded with that. Like because you're actually responding to a situation instead of reacting to it. Beautiful grounding. And like one of possibly my most personal favourite thing to do is to go and sit under a tree with my back up against the trunk, shoes and socks off again, and just allowing all that energy to flow through you, through your legs, down your feet, into Mother Earth. That would possibly be my most favourite ways to ground myself. Mother Earth, Father Sky, it always has your back, and they're always there. They are your constant for grounding, okay? Now, so that's grounding, and I just want to touch very quickly on protection now. And you don't have to be a psychic or an energy healer. This is for everyone that's listening. So how to protect yourself, but and if you are a psychic, how to protect yourself psychically. Now, again, crystals are paramount. Shungite, black amber, black tourmaline, labradorite. Labradorite I absolutely love. And in fact, my phone cover is actually labradorite. It's got a picture of labradorite on it and all the colours, and it's just beautiful. You've got the beautiful fluorite, and this can be your rainbow fluorite, amethyst, which as you can see is in my background there, smoky quartz. A given though is the darker the crystal, the more protective it is, okay? So, even if you're working with amethyst or your fluorites, which can be at times can be quite pale, look for ones that are really, really strong in colour, okay? So, again, the darker the crystal, the more protective, okay? Now, I love doing visualisation with this. Every morning before I get out of bed, I actually visualise like this man-sized, really double-thick balloon. And sometimes it's white, sometimes it's purple. It just depends on how I'm feeling at the time. And I actually, when I get out of bed, I sit up and this is a visualisation. I visualise myself stepping into that balloon. I even bend down and tie the balloon up. So throughout my day, I'm walking in this balloon. I'm in my own little bubble, but I'm being totally protected. So any negative energies that are coming to me, I just reflect that back to those that are reflecting it, that are sending it to me, and ask, you know what, you can have that back. And I ask that you receive the healing that you need. Because anyone that is trying to send negative energy to you, that just shows me that they're sitting in a whole lot of stuff that needs to be healed. And, whether it be jealousy or envy or anything, the green-eyed monster, you can send that back. But always send it back with love, all right, and ask that they receive the healing that they need. So that's my personal favourite, is that visualisation of a great big balloon that I step into, and I love that. Now, the other thing you can do is perform a white light meditation. For protecting yourself, just imagine this massive white light coming through your crown, all the way down through all your chakras, even or down your legs, and that you are absolutely encapsulated in this beautiful white light. Such a beautiful protection, and you don't get any more pure than white, Now, again, working with essential oils, you would work with, obviously, looking at your medical history and making sure that you do the homework on what contradicts in what you do on what you're dealing with medically. Okay. Now, we also so neroli is a beautiful one with that. Myrrh is beautiful. I absolutely love working with myrrh because it helps release negative energies. Cedarwood, now on a psychic level and a spiritual vibration level, cedarwood is probably one of the highest essential oils that you can use, or the most powerful, I shouldn't say highest, most powerful essential oils, as it produces a spiritual vibration which purifies and grounds the body. So you're protecting, you're purifying, and you're also grounding. So, you know, if you only have one essential oil in your light workers kit, then you would absolutely have cedar wood in that. It's absolutely beautiful. Now, again, other practices that you can do, meditation. I love meditation. You're working with the subconscious mind. You're letting it get you into a whole different level. Another beautiful way to protect yourself is to listen to upbeat music. Now, this is probably going to make a lot of people laugh, but I love Nutbush by Tina Turner. And actually, my version by Bob Seger is probably my favourite one. But I listen to that and I really get the energy going, because I just know that when my energy is really high and you know, the mojo is at an absolute peak, nothing is going to come in and take the wind out from my sails, okay? Also, maintaining a healthy body. The more healthier you are, the more hydrated you are, the more you're protected as well. A great thing, though, is making sure that you don't engage with any negativity. You know, it's like, as I said, if someone's sending you negativity, send it back to them with love and ask that they receive the healing that they need. And it's also important to withdraw your own energy. You know, it's a protection, because you don't want to get into other people's energy that isn't as positive as yours. And if you're having a bad day, and believe me, we all do, there are times where it is better for you to withdraw and just look at why you're having a bad day. And, you know, by doing that, you're protecting yourself as well. Follow your instincts but you know, saying an affirmation. I absolutely love working with affirmations. And it can be as simple as, I am always divinely protected and guided. I'll just say that again. Saying a affirmation to protect yourself is, I am always divinely protected and guided. Now, I was going to speak about anchoring for light workers, but I'm going to leave that now, because in 3 weeks' time, on May the 22nd, I have Beth Elaine Haynes coming in. Now, Beth is my spiritual mentor, and we're going to be talking more about anchoring and more on a psychic realm. She is going to be phenomenal, and it is one show that you will not want to miss, and she will actually be talking a lot about anchoring. It's totally different to grounding. So grounding is for us earth beings, anchoring is for the light workers. Now, I'm just going to bring in Tracy now. We've got Tracy online. So hi, Tracy, and welcome, and how can I help you today?
Hi, I'm Tracy. And I was just wondering, I know that you might do some medium type readings, and I was wondering if my mother had a message for me.
Your mother, okay. Just bear with me. Just take a deep breath in for me, Tracy.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Tracy, I'm actually being told right now that I feel like you're sitting on a decision and you need to make a decision, but you're terrified that your mother's not going to approve. If you say yes, I feel that your mother's not going to approve with that decision. However, she's also telling me that you need to live your own life. You need to make the choices that are right for you, not the choices that you feel that your mother wants you to make. Does that make sense?
It does, yes.
Yeah. I'm actually feeling, are you looking at moving?
Yeah,
Like
I'm a big fan of movies, of course.
Sorry, say that again.
Yeah, so I was asking if I was planning on moving. Was that the question?
I actually feel that she's questioning where the move is to. I feel that she's saying the move is appropriate for you. She's saying yes, the move is the right thing for you to do, but she's actually questioning where the move is taking you. So if you've got two places that you could move to, really, she's showing me that, I'm being shown there's steps to a house, and then there's another house that's available for you that doesn't have the steps. She's telling me to walk away from the steps. She's showing me red flags, which is telling me that there is a massive warning sign about the house that has steps. Okay, if there's a house that is level, she's showing me that this is the house you need to go to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah, are you resonating with that?
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing you. Say that for me one more time.
She's just telling me that there's 2 houses that you're looking at. One has stairs.
Mm-hmm.
She's telling me to stay away from there. There's another house that,
Okay.
if you haven't found it yet, it is coming. And that's the house that you need to go.
Well, that's good news. Okay. Anything else?
Now, there's also something about, have you got a vase of hers? Or an urn?
No.
Okay. She's telling me that there's something that you want to take with you, but it's time to let it go. And it's in regard to something of hers that you used to, it's a sentimental thing, but it's almost like it's in the way. It's almost like you've got it packed up, and she's saying that it's time for it to leave. You don't need to have it anymore.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Now,
Perfect.
Tracy, is the move work related?
No, I mean, it's not even for sure. It was just something I've been thinking about. I haven't made any moves upon it or even looked around. You know what I mean? Just something for the future.
Yeah, I'm actually feeling that it is time, and your mother's telling me it is time. I'm getting 4 months, 4 to 5 months, and it will be time for you to really start making those decisions, okay? But your mum's actually saying it is time, but you need to... she's actually saying make sure that you're moving for the right reasons.
Okay.
Okay, so it's like... make sure you're doing it for you, not because you feel that that's, it's, oh, God, I'm sorry. She's jumping from pillar to post at the moment. She's telling me that, 4 to 5 months will be the right time, but make sure you're doing it for you. I'm actually feeling that, Tracy, are you trying to please everyone at the moment? You there, Tracy? Okay. All right, I'll just keep going here. Tracy, I'm actually feeling that you're trying to please everyone, and you're actually feeling quite chaotic and lost. Okay? So what I'm seeing with that is make sure that this move is specifically what you want to do and not be trying to please other people. Okay? I've got a lot of positivity around this. I feel though that it will take you nearly 12 months to really settle. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So it is time for you to really start getting proactive on working out where it is that you really want to go, and make sure that you're doing it for you. I feel the move will go forward quite well. It will be quite a smooth move for you. I feel that it may take you a good 12 months to really feel settled, and I actually feel that there's a beautiful friendship group that you're going to be joining, and I've got a lot of healing, deep healing within that. So yes, it is the right time, but make sure you're doing it for you, okay?
Yeah, we definitely. Okay. Yeah, because it would definitely be a big change.
Yeah, I'm missing that. But I'm just feeling by Christmas that you will be in a totally different place, a different house. But I've just got a video around that. But I actually feel right now, Tracy, is time for you to do some internal healing. And I actually feel that you need to be, it's almost like I'm feeling that you need to apologise to yourself. And that, oh, wow, sorry. I actually feel that your mother is saying that she owes you an apology in regard to something that happened many, many, many years ago. So what I'm seeing with that is your mother's apologising to you, darling, okay? But I'm also being told that it's time for you to apologise to you, okay? I'm getting this overwhelming feeling of a massive hug coming to you from your mum. But she's also got tears. She's telling me that She's saying, I'm sorry I wasn't there when you needed her the most. Okay? So she's actually I'm seeing tears coming down her face at the moment. Yeah. But what I'm also encouraging you to do right now, though, Tracy, is that you need to apologise to you. I feel that you're sitting with some guilt in regard to the decisions that you've made over your life so far. But I actually feel that right now, over the next 12 to 18 months, is going to be very internal healing for you. Okay? So what I'm saying with that is working on, I would be highly recommending meditation, okay, and looking at meditating on healing, meditating on guilt. But I feel that you're actually sitting in a lot of guilt at the moment, and the guilt is the decisions that you have made for yourself over the years. Yeah. Now, when we make decisions, we feel that they're the right decisions that we're making at the time. But I just feel, again, over the next 12 to 18 months is all about you healing, Tracy. Okay, so I hope you're resonating with that, Dale. You've got some really good support coming to you, but I feel it is a whole new friendship group. So I'd like to thank you for calling in today, and I'm hoping that you take relevance of what I've said and do the homework, darling. All right, my dear friends, so this is Guidance with Glenys from the Tranquil Room in Albury. If anyone would like a more in-depth reading with me, or if anyone's really resonating in regard to the grounding or the protection, please hit me up with a message on the Tranquil Room at outlook.com for an email, or you could call me on 0417 497 343 in Australia, or just get on the tranquilroom.com.au and you can leave a message through that as well. So I'd like to thank you all for joining me today. My country code for Australia is 6161. So I'd like to thank you all for joining me today, and I look forward to seeing you all next week. So from my heart to your heart, be kind to you, and I'll be talking to you very, very soon. Have a great week. Thank you, guys, and I look
Psychic Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for your time to shine with Julie Yeager-Walker. Julie Yeager-Walker. Live from wingsofsoulswithjulie.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is your time to shine
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good evening and welcome to Your Time to Shine, a radio show designed to help you explore your own divine gifts. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the show. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. As we are getting rid of our animals so that I may have a clear communication here without distractions. It's so fun working home. What can I say? Quarantine and working from home. So I hope this day finds you all well. We are here for another fantastic evening. And this evening, I wanted to talk a little bit about what if. If you saw my posts on my Facebook pages here just a few hours ago, I talked about what if we found our tribe. Now, the words what if, it's basically, it releases all of the tension of something that is, I would say, that is concrete and something that is more flowing and more at ease. When you say what if, it opens up so much more possibilities to what is possible in the universe and what is possible in your life. And just by saying that, what if, and then daydreaming, what if I was at the beach? What if the quarantine was lifted? What if? It just makes everything so much lighter and so much easier to deal with in some realm, in some way. But it also is to having our tribe and to our people and what and our connection to that and what is that so we're talking about tribes and what is that? What are tribes? These are the people that we connect with in this lifetime. The people who bring us joy, the people who support us, who bring us love and laughter and all of the good things. The people that when you think about them, it lights you up. When you think about meeting your best friend for lunch, or, maybe it's even your coworker, and, going out for a walk during your lunch break. It's the people that you trust. It's the people that you connect with. It's the people that you know will be there in the good times and the bad times and all the times in between. They're the ones that light us up and support us no matter what. Those are the people that you know are going to be around. The people that you meet that you just know you have a connection with, those are the people, those are your tribe. The ones that have common interests, the ones that think like you do, who understand all of the commonalities that you guys have, or the strange things that you have that makes every individual unique. And what if you had all those people right now supporting you, loving you in a time that we so need it? So I ask, who is your tribe? Where is your tribe? Are you calling upon them for help, for suggestions, for love, for guidance, all of those things? I encourage you to connect with your tribe and be there for those people just as they are there for you. So what if we found our tribe? And what if, because of them, the world is a little bit better place for us to be in? So try what if. If there's something out there that is concerning you, troubling you, put the spin on it. What if the situation really was in the best and the highest good for me? And sit with that. You can instantly feel all of the frustration or the confusion, the heaviness lift by just asking the simple questions, what if? So there you go. What if you found your tribe? And how amazing that would be, how blessed and how lucky you would be to have that. So some thoughts for the evening, the weekend, and into next week. Right now, we are going to go to the phone lines. We have Madison in Federal Heights, Colorado. Good evening, Madison, and welcome to Your Time to Shine.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. So what can we do for you this evening?
I was just kind of looking for a little relationship guidance, I guess.
Okay, perfect. Let me tune in to see what your guides and your loved ones have to say. So I will just take a minute and tune in. There's going to be some silence, but I'll be right back with you.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, so Madison, your loved ones are showing me very clearly. They're showing me hands together, which means like a togetherness, a part of each other, a lovingness about this. I sense that this is a very early on relationship. It's very new. And so it's really in its infancy, and it's really in its very beginning stages, so to speak.
Right. I was actually, I am actually in a new relationship, but I was kind of hoping to get a little guidance on, I guess, my old relationship, because I have a 5-month-old son with somebody else, and even though I'm in a new relationship, my old one I guess he still has my heart. So I was just kind of wanting some guidance on that, if I should just let it go, or I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, I can feel that there's a real push and pull to this old relationship.
Yes.
Part of that is because you have a tie with a child. When there's a tie with a child, that relationship is a very strong bond, as you would expect it to be, right?
Right.
Hang on one moment. So I feel that is if though this relationship, this older relationship, okay, thank you. Okay, so what they're showing me is the relationship that you had prior to and had a son with, that relationship really was about having your son. That was really what this relationship was about. They're showing me that the relationship really isn't about the two of you being together. It's about, there will be a friendship there, and it's really about growing together and raising your son cohesively together. Right. Yes, there is a strong connection with the two of you, but that's not what this relationship is about. So your guides are asking for you to look at that relationship, thank it, and bless it, and say thank you for coming in. Thank you for, bringing me this beautiful child that I have, that I love very, very much. He's such a unique little soul. He's really got just immense life in him. And believe me, he's going to teach you a lot. He's going to teach you a lot about yourself, and about a way of life, because this little guy is so creative, and he's smart, and he's going to be very witty. He has a really great sense of humor, but he is here to teach you along your journey. So going back to this, thank the relationship that you had, thank the ability to have this child and to bring this child into the world, and actually, see that relationship being cut like a ribbon, like see big scissors and then cutting that and letting it fall away, because you're still so attached to that relationship that this new one that's being brought to you, which is going to be a really healthy, loving relationship, is going to have a little hard time getting going if you can't cut the ties with the other one. Now, they're also showing me that just because you cut ties and you bless it, it's not just going to turn off and go away. It's going to take some work on your part, because there was a very strong bond. But that bond is also what is helping you guys co-parent together. But it's about releasing your heart so that your heart can be open to this new person that's been brought to you.
Yes, and he's a very just an amazing person, and I'm trying really hard, but there's just something that's not letting me let go of the other one, and I want to, so I can start with the new one, but I don't know what it is.
Right. It's just there is partially there is a soul to soul agreement or contract on your part. And so again, the soul contract piece of it is to raise your son together and to have that cohesiveness. And that's partly why your heart is still tied there. Okay. It's going to take a little bit of time for this to dissolve, but it's going to dissolve. over time, it's going to be easier for you to let go and release. And the more you're around with this other relationship, this new relationship, there's going to be this amazing dynamic between the three of you doing this co-parenting thing down the road. It's going to be very, I don't want to say odd because it's not odd. It's very beautiful the way you guys are all going to be able to come together to raise this beautiful little child. It's a blessing. It's not one that is going to be that you're going to see, that most people see. I mean, usually there's like this rift between people when they've separated, and that's not the way this is going to be. It's going to be a very beautiful dynamic.
Okay. Yeah, you don't, there's not like, no way that once, and something that I fear too is I finally let him go and he tries to come back into my life. That's not planned, right? Not saying it won't happen, just saying that's what I fear. Like finally let him go, get happy, move on, and then he feels that or sees that and is like, oh, maybe I did wrong. Because he's also with someone else, and she's just not a very good person. So, yeah, that's what I fear too.
Right. And again, I understand that wanting to be with that person that you had that child with, but that's not the important part of this piece. And yes, he may try to come back, but that's not really the relationship that you need to be in either.
Right.
It's just going to complicate things. And so, do what you can do to be okay with letting that relationship go, knowing that that relationship is going to turn into something else to help you down the road. But it's not going to be a relationship, where you would get married to this person or you would live together or anything like that.
Right. Yeah, that's just something that I fear. Like I finally am okay, and then that happened. So that's just a fear I guess I have. Because it's already taken me almost a year to get where I'm at now, and it's like all the progress that that I've made, I don't want to fall into, because he's very good at that. He knows, obviously we were together 7 years, so he knows me very well, and he knows the right things to say and do, and that's something, because I don't want to mess up what I have with my new relationship for one that I already know the outcome of it, or the outcome would be of it.
Right. So use what you just said and take that with you, right? And use that as your internal fire to be able to stand up for yourself and do what you know is right for you, right? So knowing, you already know in your being, in your soul, that you should not be with this person because it's not the right thing for you. So use that to your ability, stand in your power and say, I know for a fact this is not good for me over here. But over on this side with this new person, that is good for me. And that's what I'm going to stay with. Right?
Yeah. And that's something that's going to end up being good for me, right? The one I'm in now, I mean.
Yes. This, the relationship that you're in right now, I see it as it's a very loving relationship. I see it as one where he is going to love your son like his very own, and he's going to become a very key part of that of that child's life. So they're all very, very good things. And your past relationship, I'm going to call him your ex, he's going to have a strong presence in that life. It's just not going to look the same as it did before.
Right. Yeah, I just was just hoping too that the girl that he's with now treats my son okay. I don't know if they're going to last forever, what their their history is there. But I just hope that when he does have time with him, that she's good to him. Because I know her, and I don't like saying that about people, but she's not a good person. So I'm just hoping that she's good, at least to my son, when she's around him.
Right. And that's all you want, right, for your child, is to have the other parties, be kind and nurture that child just as much as you would nurture, him yourself. So absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I was holding out hope for a while, but now I just feel like, I don't know, I just need to let it go, I guess. And just give this new relationship a shot. I'm just scared, I guess, because he hurt me really bad, so I'm scared to open up to someone new again.
Yeah, understood. And in this relationship that you're going into is okay to open up. Is okay to open up to, and take your time, right? Take your time, open up your heart in your own time, in your own way, and don't go backwards. Just keep moving ahead every single day, and remind yourself and stand in your power and say, this is what I need to do for me. This is what I need to do for my future and for my child.
Right. Yeah, that's just, I mean, he's very patient and stuff like that, but I don't want to drive him away just for, me not being ready, but we've had talks about it and he understands, so I guess that's also good.
Okay. You need to keep those lines of communication open. You just need to be very, very open and, tell him, because he's very understanding of the situation. I don't see him going anywhere anytime soon. He seems to be very, very dedicated to this relationship. But your guides are just saying, keep that line of communication open. Do not shut it down. They're saying that your last relationship, there was very little communication. There was a lot of communication breakdown. So take this and use that and say, okay, I have learned from that last relationship, and now I'm going to keep the lines of communication open.
Yeah. Okay. That's what I'll start working on.
Okay.
I guess.
Fantastic. Is there anything else I can help you with this evening?
No, that's it. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're so very welcome. Have a wonderful evening.
You too. Bye.
Next, we have Rachel in Melbourne, Victoria, Australia. Good evening, Rachel, and welcome to Your Time to Shine. All right, so I think we lost Rachel. We're going to get her back here. But this is a perfect opportunity, Madison, if you're still listening, to use the what if. What if I was in this relationship with open communication? And what if I was able to release that relationship that I had in the past? And, use that, and you can feel just how easy that feels and how light that feels. So take that and try that out and see how that works. All right. Right now we have Rachel. Rachel, good evening and welcome to Your Time to Shine.
Thank you.
How are you this evening?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm good. What can we help you with this evening?
Just about my past relationship.
Your past relationship?
Yeah.
Okay. Hang on just a moment and let me tune in to see what your guides and your loved ones have to say, okay? Okay, Rachel. So, your guides are showing me that this was a pretty tough relationship for you, and there's a lot of grief, a lot of hurt, and a lot of anger around it.
Yeah.
So this relationship, as much as I hate to say it, this relationship really needed to come to a close. It taught you the things that you needed to learn in this relationship, in life, and it was really time to move on. It was starting to become, I don't know that burden is really the right word. I'm trying to understand what they're showing me, but that's the first word that comes to mind is it kind of started becoming a burden in your life. And it wasn't bringing you the goodness and the lovingness that you deserve and that you were expecting.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I can feel it. I can feel your heaviness. I can feel your hurt. The communication in this relationship was not open. It was not good.
No.
And so what it's left is kind of all this hurt and disturbance in your life. And I'm being shown that you're starting to heal on it, but it's going to take some time. It's going to be a healing journey, and you just need to be able to be okay with that and be okay with yourself, because you have a lot of self-growing and you've got a lot of healing left to do. Okay?
Absolutely.
But it's going to get better. It's going to get easier. And, don't let this interrupt, close your heart down, and don't let it interrupt somebody else new coming into your life, because you really deserve the very, very best.
Thank you.
Okay? You really are a good person, and you need to remind yourself that every single day when you get out of bed. You get out of bed and you look in the mirror and you say, I am worth it. Okay?
Yeah. Okay.
And I hate to say this, but we are coming down to the last few seconds of our show. So I want to say thank you so much for calling in. And I hope that was helpful for you.
Thank you so much.
You're so very welcome. Have a great evening.
You too.
Well, thank you all very much for tuning in tonight. We have another show in the books. Come visit my website. It's new and improved. I'm so excited. www.wingsofsoulswithjulie.com. I've got an upcoming class in May. You can reach out to me on my Facebook page at Julie Yeager Walker Medium, or Your Time to Shine. Good evening, everyone, and have a great night. See you next time.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Avid Advice Live with Pia Johansson. Live from AvidAdviceLive.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Avid Advice Live
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
There is somebody's mom here. She directed to you right now.
Fio is actually channeling my mother.
I have her right now with me.
She passed away 3 years ago.
She says, forgive me.
Hearing from my mom was amazing.
What she told you before, 3 days before she passed.
That she loves me and that she'll see me soon.
She's directing me another woman in the room. Please.
My grandmother was my mentor growing up.
There's two women that directed by her right now. You and her. She's talking about the man that she was concerned, and she's still concerned, and she asked for forgiveness for that man as well.
The man that she brought forward to forgive, that's my brother.
She's telling you to stop being weak. Bring more confidence into your life.
You know, we're all at different points in our lives. We've all been through different experiences, traumas, excitements, joy.
She's proud of you. You're quick on something. You stopped something that was very hard for you to do.
You wouldn't think that 10 years ago that I was addicted to drugs.
She says, I'm proud of you. Continue.
I never stopped asking the universe to show me the way.
She's talking about your pain. Let it go.
I don't have to have that story anymore. I don't have to hold on to the story of my pain, of my past, of my trauma. Today, I can let it go.
Let it go! She said, can you forgive me?
Yes.
Say goodbye to all things that could stop you to succeed, to feel good, to connect with your soul. Say yes high.
Yes.
Loud.
Yes.
Louder.
Yes.
She's asking you, can you forgive that person? She's directing someone else. She's directing a man. She's directing someone. Can you forgive that person? Can you forgive that person for her? Loud.
Yes, I forgive him.
Why you do forgive him? She want to know.
I forgive him for myself.
You are worthy enough to do everything for yourself. Not for anybody else, for yourself.
I know that takes a lot from her, but she gives. And she gives and she gives.
She's asking you to be strong, to be powerful, to be connected to your soul. You don't need anyone's affection and approval to be perfect. You are already perfect. Believe in yourself.
Yes.
Just say, yes, I do believe in myself.
Yes, I do believe in myself.
Louder.
Yes, I do believe in myself.
Louder.
Yes, I do believe in myself. And I believed in her. We're all from Brooklyn, New York, so there was a very Jewish Italian community there where people's homes were open and they would intermingle and share their faiths, share their food.
She's talking about backyard. She's talking about the trees. She's talking about dishes. She's talking about the chicken. She's talking about the chair. She's talking about everything. Please direct her what she's trying to say.
Hannah's house.
Hannah's. My mom's house. We all lived together. I mean, they lived there with my mom and my dad. They were always together. We were always together, always cooking. She actually made a better chicken parmesan than my mother.
Yeah, hers was better.
Hers was
but don't tell her that.
Yeah, don't tell my mom that.
Don't tell Nana.
There is a power in sadness. There is a power in pain. And the power comes when you overcome it.
Talking to her really, really helped me, I think. It's definitely gonna kind of just clear my mind of all the negative thoughts that I had.
My father, Congressman Ron Dellums, who passed away a year and a half ago, visited Fia.
Today was a day to remember Ron Dellums, who in 1970 brought to Congress an anti-war and anti-apartheid stance that was branded as radical and dangerous.
Oh my God. He's asking, do you remember my hand?
Oh, yeah.
Do you remember what I told you?
Yeah.
Do you remember why I told you?
Yeah.
Dellums' youngest daughter, Piper, is proud that her father became an early voice against oppression in South Africa, applying pressure that would one day bring an end to apartheid.
You said, take my legacy, take my mantle. You're the smartest person I know. Go into the world and heal the land and do it in your way.
You know, Ron never gave up. He never became bitter. He loved people.
This is not my hand, this is your dad. He wanted you to tell again, louder, louder and clear, what he told you.
I'm passing you my mantle, I'm passing you my anointing, I'm passing it to you. You're the smartest one that I know. Run. There's so much work to be done. Run, run, run and heal the world, and don't stop. Do it in your way. Run, baby girl. Do it in your way.
So she spoke into me like a sister, but also like an angel.
He said, I saw you when you cried in front of that candle. Why did you cry?
She's given me the faith and trust and support that was being given me by my dad before he left. So she's done this beautiful transition of allowing me not to feel the void of his leaving.
I don't know where to go when I'm not speaking with you, or I just don't know how to feel safe in the world without you in it.
In the area where I don't have a female in my life, because I don't have a relationship with my mother, and I don't have a sister. She has stepped in with the feminine to remind me that I am also loved and purposeful and beautiful and worthy, that I'm valuable.
It's not just me that tried to basically sending her messages and changing her. So she changed me in so many ways as well.
So our silly song goes this way. We are the key to do more than just let it be. The key to our destiny is in the hands of our humanity. 'Cause love is more than a philosophy. 'Cause we are the key.
We are the key.
We are the
but
key.
diamond's key.
Welcome back to the Global Entrepreneurship Initiative. I'm excited to introduce our next speaker, Ms. Fia Johansson, who's better known as the Persian medium and subconscious mind surgeon. She's a multi-talented motivational speaker, clinical hypnotherapist, and celebrity psychic medium. An author who works closely with law enforcement to help locate missing people and solve difficult criminal cases with detectives and as well as private investigators. Throughout her career, she's helped thousands of people identify personal roadblocks to help them truly believe in their own path to success, whatever that dream may be. Her greatest passion in life is helping others achieve their ultimate dreams and desires, teaching people to believe that truly anything is possible. Please help me welcome to the stage Ms. Fia Johansson.
Well, hello everyone. I love the spirit in this room. Really, I do. You guys having amazing spirits, which actually helping millions of people so far. As Nick said, my name is Fia Johansson. I'm a medium and subconscious mind surgeon. I will share a couple of my stories of my life, which both kind of funny, at the same time a little bit hurtful, but good to know about how the medium could feel, sense as a person. I was at the age of 7.5 when I found that I have some sort of power. Of course, first it was kind of odd, a little bit difficult to understand myself, and I kind of like felt something is not correct with me because I could see, feel, and sense things before things happened. I went to my mom and asked, what's wrong with me? Nothing, you're good. Should I take you to the doctor? No, I don't know, but I can feel and sense that something crazy is going to happen to my grandma, example. Something is going to happen to my uncle, and all this stuff. However, they're trying to tell me to don't say anybody when you feel and sense something bad is going to happen to them, because I don't wanted them to be scared and see that we should not be even near them. I says, okay, at the age of 7.5, I should just like not saying anything and just relax. At the age of 11, I found one of the most hurtful untruths about my life, which was completely true. I found out that my grandma, who actually I knew and I felt as a mom, is just my grandma and not my mom. My grandpa was my grandpa and not my father. My uncles, they never been my brothers and they've been just my uncles. And my mom, not ever been my sister, and she always been my mother. But this truth been always held and hidden by my family until my grandma passed away. Before that, I had a life as a princess, spoiled completely, and they would definitely give me anything and everything what I want. After she passed, I figured I don't have anyone anymore. My mom is too young. I don't have no feelings as a daughter and mother connections. I feel completely lost, and I found myself, what should I do now? I do have some gift that could help me so far, but should I just like push myself down and see that, oh, this is a trauma, I have to just like be depressed, now I lost this and that, and I found the truth about my life? And I found about my father. Who is my father? Somebody. Where is he? Another country. Okay. I tell myself, get up, stop it right now. It doesn't matter which family you had. It doesn't matter what they told you. It doesn't matter what happened. What it matters right now is to open the new chapter in your life. And I will completely left alone by myself without anybody to taking care of myself. At the age of 14, I asked my uncle, who left Iran to Stockholm, Sweden, if there is possibility to take me there. He said, maybe or maybe not, but I will do my best. 3 months later, I felt and I sensed I will be there. I'm not belonging in this country anymore, and I don't want to. I went to Sweden, Stockholm, and waited that my uncle is going to come and pick me up. Nobody showed up. Gosh, again, I'm here. My uncle is not here, and I don't even know that language. I couldn't speak English. Nothing. Okay. Then, Miss Fia, you are here with nobody again. So what happened? I tell myself, you are deaf and you are blind. Deaf and blind. What a deaf and blind person can do? I can't talk to anybody, I can't see anything, but I have to activate some other power inside of my body again at the age of 14. So I tried to communicate with people, try to talk or communicate with some officers there and ask about, like, where am I? I know that I'm in Stockholm, but I don't even know where to go. So basically, I found some hotel and stay there and just like think about like what happened with my uncle. So I found out that he had a car crash almost a couple hours before that he went to come and pick me up. So they take 1 month for me and for him to recover, to come out after coma and come and find me. So in 1 month, I was left over in a country with the minus 30 degrees. I mean it, minus 30 degrees, and I'm not joking. I could feel that I can't breathe sometimes, but I could have a lot of, ice in my nose and my ears and everything. Whatever I felt, you know what? Fia, you do have a power. Trust yourself, believe in yourself, build the new chapter. Again, this is your second chapter. in another country. So I prayed, I connect to my divine, I sense, and all of a sudden, 3 families, without even knowing who they are, what they are up to, they reach out to me out of nowhere. How? I went out to the Starbucks, but basically there is no Starbucks. It was something, you know, looked like or similar to Starbucks, and saw some lady that's sitting there and crying. I went and said, well, I can't speak. What should I say? Okay, the only things that I can do is a love language. Maybe I should hug her. Maybe I should just like say, I'm here. And it was a Swedish girl, of course, blondie, and I'm kind of like a black hair. Well, that maybe she's gonna get scared a little bit. But I says like, don't worry about it, just go and get it done. So I did that, and she hugged me so hard. Was like, what's going on? What's happened to you? She's starting to talk. I couldn't understand, barely nothing. Swedish language, come on guys, you guys don't want to even learn. It's very difficult and very hard. I said, okay, it's just continue and continue. I felt and see that she lost the baby, or actually the baby was missed in the past of almost 4 years. And she basically went to the family and asked questions about like, where can I go? How can I find? Because it was in another state, and they come back to the Stockholm, and then she all of a sudden just break down. I said, I can help you. I feel where the baby is, or somehow I can see the baby. They didn't understand what I'm saying. I was like, oh my gosh, what should I say? It's like translating. I do remember that day. So basically after almost 2 hours, some Persian family, who they could actually speak my language, finally Persian, so they could understand exactly what I'm talking, because they've been closest friend to that Swedish family. My career started at the age of 14 in Stockholm. Just 2 months after, I landed in this minus 30 degrees of country. So my point is, whatever I had in my life, I always been thankful and grateful. I never said why I don't. I never said why me. I never said how. I always say, come on, get up, find a way, go, that's it. So never give up. And I always learn myself, don't be logic, be biologic. Because that's the only way you can feel and sense yourself and others. Always send love and receive love. Never give up about your goals. And of course, the first month, because I did not have enough money, I left with almost 120 crackers and waters. And it's possible. As a human, we can live with 120 crackers and water every day, which I did because I did not have money, no place to go, countries with no language. Then after that, I felt like I have to build my company. I built my company almost 3 years later. It was about like $4.5 million company with almost 55 Swedish employees. And what I did that, not just helping police officers and private investigators and all this stuff. I did this because I felt that Swedish people rejected me one after each other. Why? Because I'm come from another country. I said, you know what? I make a decision now. I am going to build my own company, and you are going to pick me to hire you. This is me now, Fia Johansson. So now I'm not going to be a blondie lady, but I'm going to be the black hair lady with a lot of power of will. So my will power make my company became super successful back in Stockholm. Almost 8 years ago, I felt that I have to move to America. I find my love of my life. And when I come here, I thought, okay, you left your country, the way that you love, basically after so many years, and now you want to just start from scratch. So I knew about 5 languages already, but my English was not good at all. So I couldn't barely speak English. I was like, okay, start it again, Miss Fia. Now this time, maybe English is much easier than and faster than Swedish. So that was all I had. And now I have over $5.5 million, almost $6 million company, and actually have over 250 worldwide that are working for me in America. So everything is possible, even you don't know about the language. So remember that, deaf and blind always will help you and send love and passion to yourself and anything and everything you want. Everything is possible.
Thank you. Thank you, Mother Nature. Thank you for all the gifts and all the blessings. We hear you loud and clear. We hear your aching heart, and we hear your call for renewal.
Thank you, coronavirus. Thanks for the opportunities. Thanks for the opportunity of a lifetime to gain an unparalleled enlightenment. I thank the universe for the opportunities it is providing us now. The opportunity to slow down and reflect on our lives. The opportunity to rethink our being and the purpose of our lives. The opportunity to spend time with those around us and our loved ones. The opportunity to better get to know my partner, my kids, the love of my life, my parents, and all. The opportunity to re-evaluate our lives and our life directions as well as our purposes. The opportunity to refocus, re-energize, reorganize, rebuild ourselves. The opportunities to get out of our busy and self-focused lives and pay attention to the world around us. The opportunity to value our friends and social interactions. The opportunity to have access to products and services when we want them. The opportunity to recognize and appreciate every little things in our life that we did not even see before. The opportunity that we love another. The opportunity to see that even the pretty faces on TV are nothing but an image. The opportunity to realize that my worth is not my status. The opportunity to understand that we all need one another. The opportunity to believe in ourselves and believe in our power and believe in God. Thank you, COVID-19. Thank you, coronavirus. Thank you for value our friends and our social interactions. For the opportunity to have access to products and services when we want them. The opportunities to recognize and appreciate every little things in our life that we did not even see it before. Thank you, coronavirus. Thank you. Thank you and thank you. Thank you for allowing us to put aside all our problems. Thank you for stopping us. Thank you so much. Thank you for making us appreciate the luxury we lived in. The abundance of products, freedom, health, wealth, love, and anything we wanted. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you, coronavirus. The earth was begging us and begging us and begging us to stop for a very long time. And thank you that you helped the earth to breathe, to feel fresh and rebuild herself. This virus is with us, is an inside of our brain, our mind, our body, our soul. This virus came to us to show us how little and how tiny we are. This virus shows us the opportunity to see that the king of all beings is vulnerable to a tiny virus. This virus came to our life to show us that we are nothing than just soul. And this virus came to our life to show us to be kind and lovable, to send positive energies and love to others. Thank you, coronavirus.
I thank the Mother for providing us with an opportunity to listen to it again. I thank for the second chance for renewal and refreshment and replenishment. I thank the universe for cleansing and purging all the negativity we created for so many years, the pollution, the warming, the abuse of resources, the waste and our ignorance to protect our homes and our community. The nature is acting and reacting to our misguided ways. Isn't it time for us perhaps take a page from the lesson to recognize what's around us? Thank for the blessings that are coming our ways each and every day. I trust the universe to guide me, protect me, and direct me to being better than the day before. I thank all the gifts that I receive each and every day in my life.
Welcome to Avid Awakening, a beautiful, gorgeous wellness center who will adjust you mentally, emotionally, and physically. Also, it will help you to manifest your finance, anything and everything you desire for. This place is a very beautiful place which is located in Corona Del Mar. So please book your appointment today.